Are we live? We're back on this. Okay. Testing. Everything's delayed, so I'm just waiting for it to say testing. I need to pick off. Okay, there we go. All right, we got it down. Really fun. So we're ready for agenda item 2, 167 Moultrie.
All right, 167 Moultrie is a category 4 structure in Hampton Park Terrace. Was constructed in 1920 and resides in the historic materials demolition purview. This request is for demolition of a 1-story rear addition, removal of metal columns and railings, and the removal of 2 windows. And then we've got some context slides showing the location across from the park. And this is the front elevation. The side elevation, and it is on a corner. And then the property card from the architectural survey. We are ready for this.
Johnny Tugger, architect. The owners, unfortunately, are not unfortunately, Shane and Kelly Langdale. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it this evening. Family emergency, but I've been presenting the project. Thank you for meeting me there this morning. So as you can see, this is a handsome house on Moultrie Street facing Hampton Park. Suffered some pretty extensive several alterations, some not bad, some not so good. And I'll sort of walk you quickly through these sandboard maps. So the location of that red star is the location of a 1-story rear addition that we're proposing to remove. And you see it does not appear in the earliest sandboard map I was able to get hold of, which is 1944. Obviously doesn't appear in 51. Just a note, you'll see the main structure denoted as a D, that's the main dwelling. And there's you'll see that 2-story structure on the west or the left side. That'll be another see briefly. So 1955 sandboard map, that red star in that 1-story structure or rear addition is not evident. It shows up in the 2001 maps. So obviously dated constructed somewhere between those 2 dates. Here is the existing survey on the left and showing the red, that there's that red star, that proposed demolition. There it is, it's a little 1-story shed element. There was an original 1-story element that we're maintaining. See it better here. I did not mention, but we would want to remove that metal arm issue. That is, you can see the soffit detail works and else. There's that 1-story. I think that's pretty straightforward. I would to request that or how that soffit projects past corner. Then also there's a series of cast metal columns and railing that are sort of out. There's the corporate share. And also in the front, it's gonna be extensively at the front. I think that second floor balcony is probably later. I've spoken with Kevin, neighborhood. He's says he might be able to provide a photograph to show the 1950s. That'll be helpful as we progress the project. And then there's more of that. That'll work. So 3 elements that we were requesting tonight were that demolition of 1-story rear addition, the metal work. And then the third thing that we were requesting was this potential change of this porte cochere carport into possibly either a porch or a screen porch. It's minor difference. And then to do that would be accessed through either 1 or 2 doors, replacing those 2 windows. After meeting with y'all this morning and speaking with Kevin and the owner, it's going to feel like there's maybe more information I could bring to the board. I think it'd be helpful to be able to present you a drawing of what we're proposing, and then you would know sort of the exact extent of potential change / demolition. So if I could, if we could sort of somehow decouple it, if I could request and sort of defer that element, but I'd like to still tonight get the other things approved if possible, under your consideration, so that we can proceed with the project. But we would come back to the board, maybe not, maybe eliminate or abandon this idea, to be determined, but that's what I would ask for your consideration. Thank you.
My fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
I have one for staff. Did you happen to check the 1928 Sanborns? No. Curious if there's any clues about the little 2-story addition on the west.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. Our main concern that looks to be on the record for was about the removal of the 2 windows on the carport area, which we feel is a very prominent character defining feature of the house. And we are concerned about the enclosure for porch or enclosure at all. So we would want to be on the record that we will be opposed to that when it comes back to the board. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking? Okay. April or Annie, Catherine, and Laurel not. I didn't know if they were reading their own statements. Not that you always know where they are. But,
I'm from the side. We submitted a letter.
okay, I'll read it in. I just didn't know if y'all wanted to speak. I'll read all of them. Okay. All right, so we have a position statement from Preservation Society of Charleston. Dear board members, the PSC appreciates the applicant reaching out to us, and we are encouraged by the potential for much needed rehabilitation of this property. The Sanborn maps provided are helpful in understanding this house's evolution, and we are not opposed to removal of the later rear addition. However, because this house has undergone significant changes over time, we encourage retaining as many original elements as possible, including openings on the west elevation. In this vein, while we agree the cast iron porch supports are likely not original, additional documentation would be helpful in determining whether these features have gained significance as part of this house's history, and we ask the board to take this into consideration. And that is the end of our public comment. Cory, if you give us your staff comments and recommendations, please.
Absolutely. Number 1, so the windows at the porte cochere on either side of the chimney appear to be original in age and in location. Removing these in lieu of 2 doors into the porte cochere would be atypical. You know, we're looking at it for demo purview only, and so it's a little bit of a challenge to think about what's beyond, but I would encourage the applicant to see what other historical evidence exists for when that porte cochere was added. Number 2, the metal columns and railing at the front porch and at the porte cochere are not original to this house based on its age, and their removal does not cause concern. The addition proposed for demolition appears to have been constructed in the 1960s. and may have been done at the same time as a rebuild of the front porch and the column bases at the portico share. This is evidenced through the windows and in the brick foundation, which appears to utilize 1960s brick. The addition is not a significant architectural feature, and its removal does not cause concern. So we're recommending approval for demolition of the addition, metal railings, metal columns, and denial of the demolition of the windows at the portico share.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
No, I just asked if it's possible to defer that one element, the removal of the window or windows. If I'm a little concerned that if you, I don't know how you do that. I don't want you to reject the whole application based on that one portion of the application. I don't know if that's possible.
All right, thank you. Okay, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I have no issue, I think like most people with the removal of the addition at the rear. Also the metal columns, I think are fine to go. I'm a little bit on the fence about enclosing the portico share. I could sort of see that it might be reasonable to convert the second window behind the chimney to a door. I'm just speaking for myself, but I'd be fine with deferring that and letting the applicant find some more history and evidence and justification. And gosh, I wish there was some way to improve that soffit where it just so crudely extends over the second floor addition. You know, where it's just like 45, and clearly not original, but they just extended it. So, anyway.
The items staff has listed, definitely I could support demolition of the addition of the metal railings, and I guess to address the point that I believe the Preservation Society is making about the potential value of the metal railings. I mean, I'm sure they're old. They appear to be probably 1960s vintage, but I guess the thing about those metal railings is they show up on a lot of homes in the 1960s that don't have any architectural context to this house or really anything else. They were just something that was available on the market and people used them. It was kind of a style thing. So I don't see any particular value, especially for this home, with those metal railings or columns being installed. So I support staff's recommendation. And again, yeah, I think we'll just say defer the other portion and give the applicant time to pull the information together.
I don't really have anything to add. I agree with that, but I think the entire portion up is probably from the 60s, and then ironwork is probably the windows. I think I would not the windows as presented, but it's a referral for additional information gathering.
I don't have anything to do.
I'll make a motion for approval for demolition of the addition, metal railings, metal columns, and deferral of demolition at windows at portico share, just exactly staff's recommendation.
Except
Deferral.
Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor for approval for demolition of addition, metal railings, metal columns, and deferral of demolition of windows at portico share. Do we have a second?
Second.
Viewing the motion to a vote. Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
And
Bill Healy.
Yeah.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 3, 36 Shepherd Street. Corey, could you give us an introductory review of the project, please?
So 36 Shepherd Street is also a category 4. This one's in the East Side neighborhood. It's constructed in 1885 and also resides in the historic materials demolition purview. The applicant is requesting demolition of a rear addition, siding and windows for a new addition. And then we've got you some aerials here. This is Main Street going down the center, and then this is the front elevation. The east side elevation. Looking from the west side. And then this is I forgot to say no, that was, I'm sorry. It was from Meeting Street. And then the Sanborn map showing you its original configuration and size. And then the architectural survey card. Right, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, John Sullivan with SR Studio, representing the owner. I'll be brief because I don't think anything controversial. We're only minorly trying to affect the existing structure. There's that 1-story bathroom addition that one looks at it. Right down there in the bottom left, and agree it doesn't have any architectural merit. It has T11 plywood siding on it. It's barely hanging on there. The other things we're requesting to do is to modify some doors and windows on the front. Everything we're trying to modify up front is not historic. The siding, the porch was extended on the side where those windows were, so they're not original for the house. That area is not, and looks like they re-sided that whole thing because there's no gap between the two areas where they're doing that. And again, the two doors that were changing out in the porch area were added at that point too. Or not old doors that are 6-8 cut, they don't match anything. And then the back, we're doing a 1-story hyphen to the 2-story addition, so we're getting ready to some of those windows and siding at the rear. Again, it looks like that's been re-sided at least partially. The windows are barely hanging in there. Half the mullions are gone, so it's really putty, just holding up the panes. And all the trim and sill are not original. It's only on my height sill to it. And since the siding goes to the window, new window trim, it looks like it was done. The window trim at the top too is all new. All the gauge trim up there is new too. So, and then we're cutting into, probably was a louver back there at one point, and we'll find that a window back there to get some light to that main space there. So.
Any questions for the applicant?
The height that you're planning
Yeah.
there, it's not gonna affect the gable.
No, it's a 1-story hyphen that's about 4.5 feet. So you can see that like dotted line right there on the rear elevation, the bottom left. That's the maximum we're gonna move siding to. So the gable itself and everything above that is not gonna be touched, except for cutting that little window. We're gonna probably match that front. There's like a rounded louver open, and so try to match that in size back there, which probably was something back there at one point. Okay. And then I know preservation talks about trying to limit the amount of siding for the addition, reduce that. But the problem is where that bathroom is on the open side of the house where the yard is. So even if we did not move that siding and put the addition there, it would be a 4-foot by area that's disconnected from everything, can never be seen from anywhere really would have no use. So, and again, I think a lot of that is not original too, because definitely the window trim is not. And
I don't know. Megan. The hyphen, will it be inset enough to retain the corner board on the
it's
east side?
the east side is this is the 1-by,
Uh-huh.
so it doesn't return. It's just a 1-by on the east side of the house. There's no corner trim return.
I mean, I guess I'm just thinking of retaining that, evidence of that corner, that original corner.
Um,
Could that happen?
I looked at doing that, it just didn't work out in the plan very well. I don't know if you can see, there's a good piece of it. You look on it, there's no trim around it. So there's this corner board. So it didn't really make sense trying to get the 2-story addition. It makes sense to put the stair on that side, but that's really, there's no windows or anything like that. So trying to come in a little bit and then driving back to get a stair, not working plan very well.
But
We
you'd
are
like
on
to
the
do-
other west side, we are even that.
And you'd like to just leave that corner board
Yeah,
on the
we leave the corner
east and
board.
then,
looking at doing the materials for the addition to make it separate, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Okay, we had one written public comment from Preservation Society. Their position statement, dear board members, the PSC is not opposed to demolition of the rear bathroom addition. However, the scope of material proposed for removal encompasses the entire rear elevation, which we feel can be reduced, also allowing a new addition to engage with the historic building. We also ask that if historic windows are to be approved for removal, the board require they be salvaged and reused as part of the project. Thank you for considering our position in this matter. Do we have anyone speaking? All right, Tori, if we give the city staff some recommendations, please.
Number one, removing the rear bathroom addition, removing the rear HVAC platform, replacing the plywood in the piazza screen transom with glazing, removing the screening of the piazza, replacing the non-original door with one that aligns with the window head height, and removing the CMU steps and rear side porch do not cause concern. Two, at the east wall, there may have originally been a single window, but it would not have been the size or proportion of the one that exists there now. Swapping this small window for another small window on this facade does not cause concern. Three, at the west wall, the current window configuration does not appear to be original. The windows are not original and the piazza's shape has been reconfigured. Therefore, the reconfiguration, which may simplify the facade, causes no concern as long as the replacement windows adhere to the policy statement for historic materials demolition purview. This policy statement dictates appropriate replacement materials. And four, at the north wall, the removal of windows and siding would accommodate the preferred way to expand the structure. As proposed, the gable end under the roof would remain and would be visible, but with a new small window opening. So a couple of staff conditions. Number one, retain 8 to 12 inches of siding and associated corner boards of north wall at rear corners in order to retain the original form of the structure. This would still allow a 22-foot wide expansion off the rear. Retain the chimney, and staff's recommendation is approval with staff conditions and final review by staff of permit drawings.
Thank you, Tori. Mr. Sullivan, did you want to respond to or clarify anything?
Yeah, I'll just respond quickly. As I mentioned to Drew, a comment on the west side, we're definitely setting back that. But again, the corner board doesn't turn around as it's a 1x, and just trying to get it to work back there, it's really not visible on the east side. So we're hoping not to set that in, as it's with the addition there, it's really not visible. We are planning to retain the chimney. Unfortunately, I noticed in your photos it had a nice top that's no longer there anymore. So I'm hoping to let the owner to actually restore that. But right now it's crumbling up the top, but we are planning to do the chimneys.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and votes.
I'll just gonna say, I believe the semantics of corner board, I believe what Julia was alluding to, and I believe what staff's alluding to in this comment is actually retention of a corner to delineate where the old stops and the new starts, which I think that's a logical request.
It occurs to me that perhaps you could just switch from 2x6, that your big rear addition, to 2x4 at that little piece of the hyphen on the east side. And just that differential would do it for me.
Yeah. An inch or two, we can do it like a foot starts.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but
Yeah.
something like that. Just
And I'm planning to do different
delineate
materials
it.
anyway, so it would be visually definitely.
And then personally, I kind of think that little transom on the east side probably is original. It's right in the middle. I've seen a bunch of little cottages that have a transom like that, but it doesn't really concern me to break that up into two little
It's
ones.
definitely not, because it's a big room there and it's on one side of it. At one point, when they extended the porch, they added a hallway in there,
Uh-huh.
and it's the only window into a bedroom there. So it looks like they added that to put a light in that one space, because it would have been windows on the porch side of that. But yeah, it's not centered in the room at all. It's just kind of off center.
Mr. Sullivan, we're in board
sorry.
comments. So, yeah, thank you.
Regardless, I'm really not that concerned with it becoming two smaller windows on that side. I think that's reasonable.
It's a little concern about the removal of the two windows in the back. That's a little regretful, but I do also understand that that's it's really the only way to extend the house. it would be preferable to go in the back. You retain more of its original form than if you were to try to go out the side. So I'm fairly comfortable with the windows. I do agree that it would be nice to expose both, those corners of the building in the back. The rest of the changes, I think they're insignificant and are all positive changes.
Agree with that. I mean, I think I agree with just about everything that has been said so far, since our purview is only the demolition. So which means the windows and the siding at the rear. Then I don't think we can make a condition as to how to put that back. I think it is important probably to retain the corner of the perhaps 8 inches of the corner or 12 inches of the corner or 6 inches of the corner. I think it's less important than retaining the corner. But from the perspective of demolition, as staff has put in there, I think the only way you could, I'm not sure there's another way to make a motion that would retain those corners other than denying the demolition of the siding right up to the corner. Some provision for, that doesn't mean that the siding couldn't be replaced at a later date if it couldn't, if it was in condition, but that's kind of the only mechanism I can see in a motion that would save visually the back corner.
If you do it with staff conditions, then they would
Yeah, well, yes,
be
that's
able,
what I mean.
yeah, if it was an approval with staff conditions,
It
then you
would,
wouldn't be able to, or that the owner wouldn't be able to demolish.
I'd be willing though to, to go to lower the 8 to 12 inches.
Modify the number.
Yeah. Would you guys be okay with that? As long as there was still some memory of that corner. So if that's okay, we could just do staff's recommendation with staff conditions, but instead of 8 to 12 inches, say minimum 2 inches.
And you had a comment about retaining reusing the windows. I think that, I don't know if we can technically say that, but for encouragement.
So we certainly can't get this for the
I think-
demolition, but
I think it's too bad to stare at them today.
it was so difficult
To
to get over all the debris in the back. I tried to get close enough to really look at them, but I didn't. And so I don't know if they're original.
We'll just say,
If so.
just say encourage board comments encouraging salvage and reuse of any historic materials that are being removed.
We have a motion on the floor for approval.
And Valerie, there's a, yeah.
Motion on the floor for approval with staff conditions, but a modified staff condition 1 to retain a minimum of 2 inches versus 8 to 12 inches. And a board condition that encourages the salvage and reuse of any historic materials that are being removed and final review by staff. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
Second.
The motion to a vote, Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill Healy.
Yeah.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Okay, agenda item 4 is 114 American Street. Ford, you'll give us an introduction overview, please.
114 America Street is in the east side. It was constructed in 1920. This one also resides in the historic materials demolition purview and is not surveyed. The applicant is requesting demolition of the existing structure. And we have an arrow for you showing the location. And this is the property today from America Street. I'm looking upwards. And then this is actually across the street. And there's some interesting historic research, if you had a chance to look at that. All right. Ready for Mr. Chamberlain. What always do that? I'm so sorry.
A lot of people do
I
that.
want to reverse it for some reason.
Hi, I'm Chamberlain Chestnut. I'm the applicant, the owner of this particular property. 114 America Street, I believe, was built roughly in 1920. In 1980, we're guessing an addition to the right-hand side wing was added. In approximately 2016 or 2017, the previous owner resided the house with different materials. None of the party actually matches. They reframed the house. They actually used people's signs for, big for sale signs, 4x8, as their sheathing on some of the walls. And then the lady told me that they just stopped construction and she actually made it her shed because she owned the 2 houses in front. So in my particular opinion, this is not a historical home. This is almost like a shed nowadays. And even the foundation is not even a real foundation anymore. It's just concrete blocks sitting in the dirt. And for that reason, and also it's in a FEMA flood zone. If I were to redo this house, I'd have to bring it up approximately 5.5, maybe 6 feet. And the total form of the structure would have to change with the new staircases and everything else. And the house would only be about 400 square feet. So we are requesting the demolition of the entire structure.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chestnut. Okay, we had no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking? All right, Tori.
Okay. All right, staff notes, 48 and 50 Cooper, which are just south of this property, have been granted BAR approval for demolition with the same owner. And as long as vested rights have not expired, it is expected that these will be demolished. If the addition was constructed after 1973, it is not under BAR purview. Regarding fabric, almost every material in the exterior has been replaced. This includes doors, windows, eaves, and siding. The piers are precariously stacked unmortared CMU. Regarding form, the structure originally included a full width front porch. This has been infilled and there is no evidence on the structure of it ever having existed. The form has also changed with the later side addition. Last, substantial improvement of the structure will require raising it significantly, which will further destroy what's left of the original form. And 5, regarding context, the structure is not part of a grouping of sister houses. The adjacent structures vary in form, height, and orientation. For all those reasons together, we're recommending approval.
Thank you, Tori. Mr. Chestnut, did you want to respond to anything that? All right. Public comment is now. After this presentation is closed, we'll move into board discussion and the vote.
This is one that if you just walk by it on the street, you would think it's in reasonably decent shape, but sticking your head underneath there and seeing it's just sitting on stacked concrete blocks and going inside. There's nothing on the inside. You can see all the exposed frame. It's all modern frame. Very little historic fabric.
I think this is what site visits are for.
Yeah.
I also seeing the pictures, I thought, oh, this is such a cute little structure. And
I will definitely miss the scale of it, and I'm sure it's going to disappear forever. And if it were only for concerns about where to put the stairs and, the fact that you have to lift it, I certainly wouldn't be swayed, but it's true, there's just really nothing significant left, historic fabric wise. Fine with it? Should we make a motion? Sure, I'll make a motion for approval of demolition.
We have a motion on the floor for approval. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
The motion to vote. Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Moore,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 5 is 58 George Street. Tori, can you give us an introduction overview, please?
58 George Street is a Category 3 structure in Livingston Village. It is going to be constructed in 1803, and this one resides in the Old and Historic District. The request is for demolition of the remaining 1912 addition. All right, we've got some context. This is at the corner of George and St. Philip. It's property you probably are familiar with. This is the elevation from George Street. And then this is actually also from George Street, but you can see the addition through the park spaces on the east side. And then this is an image taken from the west on St. Philip Street. You can see the addition recess behind the structure. If you guys want to look at the model. And then these are the inventory cards from 1973 and an image from today, or from 2019, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Great, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I was like, what's the name of that match?
Okay, great, thank you.
Simmons Young here tonight on behalf of the College of Charleston. I have a letter that the president submitted after the timeline. Something's trying to do that and letting dear members of Board of Architectural Review from President Andrew Shue. On behalf of the College of Charleston, I'm writing to you to ask for your support for the renovation of 58 George Street at the core of our historic downtown campus. For years, this building, former home of the John Rivers Communications Museum, sat vacant and unused due to the structural deficiencies, and our team has worked for some time to plan full renovation and expansion of the historic building. In so many ways, the renovation of the Bernard Elliott House, built circa 1802, is the embodiment of our institution's 10-year strategic plan, tradition, and transformation, meaning we are preserving the best of the old and transforming aspects of it into something new. The marriage of old and new is what makes our campus so beautiful and unique within the higher education landscape. I believe this project serves as a physical representation of a College of Charleston degree, curriculum rooted in traditional liberal arts, yet modernized to meet the demands of the 21st century Charleston economy. The proposed addition to the historic building will not only modernize the footprint and make it more usable for the student services we have planned for the space, but the design will be aesthetically pleasing and tie in beautifully to the historic corner of St. Philip and George Street. Proposed glass facade of the addition will make for both an attractive and inviting entryway from St. Philip. For students, faculty, staff, and visitors, again, I encourage you to support this important project, one that will have a positive impact on our students for generations to come. So just wanted to drop this with you all.
And Mr. Young, also, I should have said this before.
Yes.
If you want to, you can present both 5 and 6
Oh,
at
okay,
the same time.
That's great.
If that'll help, and I'll give you additional time on your presentation.
okay. That sounds good. So let's see, the slider works there. I process that.
If you prefer not to, and I've messed you up, then you're welcome to
Yeah, yes.
present separately.
Okay, so this is just the timeline built in 1803. The structure had some additions that we're going to see in the slides, particularly around 1911. On the left, 1803 building, original Georgian structure. And then there were western piazzas that were added. Those are shown on the 1900 to 1925 slide. Those were demolished when the College of Charleston acquired the building in 1970, and they were gone by 1972. So leaving this other portion of the building that we're here tonight to talk about. So these are the Sanborn maps showing on the lower right the biggest massing of the structure. Otherwise, up until that Sanborn map, it had been shown as only that individual building with a kitchen house, a larger lot. And there was a building that was slid closer to it during the construction of the Simmons Center. This is the enlargement of that one particular area. And this, you know, you can read the Sanborn's areas that were enclosed and whatnot. Also, 1951 plat showing 2 stairs. So at that time, there were 2 stairs coming off the front of the building. And then the area in the lower left is a cistern and the piazzas there. On the lower right, there's a bay window on the 2nd floor above the entry, and there are sort of storefront larger openings down low that got adjusted to their current configuration. This is the Simmons and Johnson text, and it talks about this building and says basically that the college has rescued it and it's going to restore it towards its original footprint. And the line that I like is he's talking about all the ways that it had been added onto. He says, like so many feats of modern surgery in transplanting human organs, the host did not benefit from the operation when all the things were added on. So in some ways, we're trying to finish a decision that was made in the 70s. And these are the Albert Simmons drawings. This is, it calls out all the demolition. It calls out doors. He's replacing the new front door, new side lights that are have Georgian tracery. So these have been really useful, and they're in the it's a great collection of college archives. And then to this is, this is just piecemeal, what's left. Those remaining items have restrooms that are on half height levels and a couple in the basement, and then one was a classroom, or 2 classrooms. So the building still needed support structures. They didn't want to tear up the historic interior, so that was sort of the point of leaving what was there. These are just, this article has a lot of great information. The before and after in the newspaper article is really good, and the lower picture, I think it's an insurance company.
Social Security office,
Social Security office, yeah. So you can
government checks issued here, it's a
push it over there.
good advertisement.
There's the current configuration and proposed removal. I think you all made a site visit. Apologize for not being there this morning. It's easy to get under it, and I do have some photos which are helpful, and pull away a little bit of the side. This is the survey. We'll be using a lot of the underground utilities and bringing them through the to the north side of the building. Talk about later. And then this was sort of the significance diagram where we were trying to make decisions about what are we going to touch, what are we going to not touch, and establishing the primary significance being the first floor entry halls, second floor entry hall. The basement or garden level was dug out at some point. Stairs to the basement are not original, so that helped us make our planning. And then same thing, the south elevation we view as pretty much sacred. And the west side, incredible importance because of its view on the corner. And then the original buildings, and we're showing the additions as less important. Views of the roof, you can see how the shed roof ties in very close up to the eave. There's some water damage where that happens. There were elements, it looks like the cornice of the historic building and the siding of the historic building were pulled onto the north side, the east side of the addition. So we'll plan to reuse parts of that. On the lower left there, it's a relatively small image, but it's underneath. It shows a block wall with some modern brick, and then the lumber is not 1.5, it's not 2x4, but it's 1 3/4, 1 7/8. So it's older 2x4s, but it's still not the original stuff. And this is some plan views of demolition. And one of the unique parts of the project is that on the north side, we're looking to restore that and make that visible from the interior, what we're looking at next. So I should just keep going at this point, or do you want to do it?
Yeah, we go ahead and do it, and when they can do public comment, and we can talk about it all at once. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll proceed.
I don't think you need to present again. You really
Oh,
want.
there we go, yeah.
Don't be looking at those yet.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll skip that. Agenda 6. Okay, this is the 1972 photo from right when the college acquired it, right after their had removed those piazzas. It looked really clean. You can see there's still some debris at the base of the building on the west side, behind that street sign, where the foundations existed previously. Let's see. This is just sort of orientation. The CVS building on the right, go into the location. But I think that prominent view on the lower right is where you get both the east and the west of the Georgian houses. Critical and something that we've been planning around. On the lower left, that's the streetscape as it looked before Simmons Center. And then on the upper left is what we're proposing. And that little building is 44 St. Philip's. Has been relocated there. It looks like it slid about 100 feet to the south. Some point. George Street, not much changing there. The north side of the street is top and south side at the bottom. And then St. Philip, more of a change. So the CVS Pharmacy, Dorm Life, and then the Student Success Center, and then the little 44 St. Philip's, which is a temporary home for some Simmons Center, Dean of the Arts. In that same plan. The next concept that we talked about is that we would use as a feature wall the north elevation of the historic house. So this is sort of viewed through the lobby with the building. And that's the idea, that from the street you'd be able to read this through the glass and as soon as you enter the building. On these, one of the, this is the garden level, so there are students, there are staff members' offices in the garden level. And one of the things that the college has been really adamant about is preserving the large historic rooms for the students' use and all the grand rooms. So the other piece that's in the basement is the of the other building with really no windows or the utilities and bathrooms, so electrical, sprinkler, and that type of thing. Stair and elevator are also in the addition because of the occupancy of the second floor. That second stair becomes necessary, and then the elevator for accessibility that's been crucial is to make this inclusive of all the students that are at the college. So the entry is go back to the slide. On St. Philip Street is at grade, so there are no stairs. It's the first time the building's been accessible in its 220-year existence. This is the first floor level, so a grand space that on the in the addition that opens out to Barnett Courtyard. Student meeting space on the left for career counseling, and then another sort of, or you can combine those two spaces for a larger assembly for career or for career services. The upper floors, again, preserve the historic interior rooms has been one of the goals, and there's a sort of shorter walls shown between the small offices in the lower right-hand room. Otherwise, there's a meeting room and 3 interview rooms. And then the roof, the parapet is pulled in from the edge, and the elevator overrun is there in the middle of the building. We located that to be far away from the edges. And height down. Inspiration image for sort of a modern structure in a historic town, Renzo Piano, Morgan Library, and that's the interior view is kind of nicely analogous, we hope, to what we're up to. The north elevation, currently this piecemeal attached on the upper left, and the idea is to make a 5-bay division similar to what's on the south side and slightly alter it, and then reuse that idea of north side manners, so few windows on the north side, and the glass wraps around to the west. And then at the bottom, we've got the east elevation. So it's a little, the current addition is flush with the face of the building, so it's a clumsy, 2x4 that separates the siding of the two structures. The idea is to create the height bend, push it back about 2 feet, and then have this newer structure that has a more narrow width and then a more diminutive roof. Lighter materials. And on this side is really no changes except for the front stair of the south elevation. We are going back to that entry stair that goes off to the corner, makes it a lot more usable for students who are coming around that corner usually and up into the building rather than having to navigate the live oak to get to the stair. Close the basement where there's water intrusion. Get rid of that entry and fill it back in like it used to be. We've got historic photos that we're working with. And then on the west side, the height bend is again a 2-foot recess from the face of the building. It's 4 feet wide. And then we have this modern addition where the entry and elevator reside. So this is the view that I see all the time driving south. with 44 St. Philip is right up, butt up against the street. It's a small building. It's got the advantage of being on the street, whereas 58 George is about 7 feet setback. And so the addition aligns with that 7 feet back. This is that prominent view where you get both the south and west of the storage structure. And what we aim to do is dematerialize the north west corner of the addition so that reads lighter and against this sort of hefty structure. This is from Barnett Courtyard, and this is that learning stair that goes out and takes advantage of the courtyard. And I think that is the last slide. So thank you for your time with that.
Are there any questions on either the demolition or the proposed new structure?
That's a couple on the proposed new, but can you give us any sense of the terracotta green screen material?
I sure can. It's sitting in my office desk.
Just
Got
get
this
it.
great sample. It's Boston Valley terracotta. It's 8 inches, and the idea is that it mimics the wood siding in.
With. And then could you just maybe kind of explain the thought behind that sort of thin roof projection?
Yeah, so part of it is to get a little bit of shade on that glass, and also to emulate the historic cornice of the building, but put it in a lighter articulation.
Maybe I missed it. Well, one of these views, and if not, we can look at the elevation showing the perspective, showing a bit of a hyphen.
Yes.
Do you have, I might have missed it earlier. Can we
Just
just roll back to that?
There's
I see it there.
Yeah.
Very glassy.
So it's a 4-foot hyphen, and the building interior, the addition interior dimension 16 feet. And I think we have 10.5 feet to the other building, is that right? To the little green building.
And so, can you describe? That looks like pretty much all glazing. Is that like a fiberglass or larger glass?
Larger glass, we've been using sort of Colby type aluminum frame systems, or actually those are clad direct set. That's a big sort of, well, it's 9 feet in the addition, and then we have 10-foot ceiling in the other. So we were looking at storefront in the main building, or the main part of the addition, and then that would be something like a Colby or low.
So the storefront, is that what's the framing system for that?
For the whole structure?
Yeah, I guess you were talking storefront, right here, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, what is that? Is that an aluminum frame? What is
The storefront will be aluminum frame. We're looking at different profiles. Some of them have a bit thinner edge, extruded, and we can get you samples of that. But otherwise, yeah, steel frame structure.
okay. And then, I guess there are these spandrel panels here. We're here, and actually I was kind of hoping for the other side, the street side, but we see back in there, or let's just say this right here. Is that?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah. Spandrel panel.
So there we're planning to do clear glass, pull it back and finish the interior edge, because we have concern on that elevation, not so much on the other ones, about the differentiation between glass color and spandrel glass. So what we found, we just did it recently, is that by using the full glass and just standing past it and use a product that goes to the muntin to create the sound separation, and then right beneath the floor level, pulling back 8 inches so you can finish it. Makes a nice exterior glazing.
I'm gonna ask one more question. On the north elevation, can you explain the thought process with the exposed foundation and that composition there?
Sure,
Get back to the north elevation.
So the learning stair is, and you mean on the north wall, that raised foundation? Yeah, so we've got, cast in place concrete that we're pulling up to similar level to what's going on with the historic building. So the same concept of something that looks like siding coming down and then hitting the foundation to the ground. There's some stuff buried in there. There's a storage room under that stair. The utilities come in on this north side of the building and enter into, I'm sure an FDC is going to show up on that north wall soon, and a few other things in that sort of basement level.
Any questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Public comment, we had two from Preservation Society for the demolition. All right, so this is for demolition. Dear board members, the PSC appreciates the applicant reaching out to discuss this proposal. Built in 1803, this is one of the earliest and most prominently located buildings from the College of Charleston campus, and we are first and foremost supportive of its much needed rehabilitation efforts outlined in the submittal. Regarding the new addition, we feel this is a successful example of institutional design in the historic context. The contemporary architectural direction reads appropriately in its time while not detracting from the historic building. In particular, the transparency between historic and modern structures is a sensitive approach, and we encourage careful attention to detail to ensure high quality material selection and execution as this project progresses. While we greatly appreciate the addition is programmed to allow concentration or functional uses with minimal impact to the historic interior of 58 George Street, we encourage continued study to reduce its overall scale and footprint to be more differential for the primary building. There would be letters attached, but was that the only one? So I'm just trying to.
Oh, well, actually, I gave out all the public comments. We don't have them, so I just not.
I think that was next. I think that was it. All right. That is all of our written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking?
April Wood, Historic Charleston, Paddington, review the application for conceptual approval for renovation and new addition to the north elevation of 58 George Street, and thank the applicant for their time reviewing the drawings with us. We are pleased that the historic building is going to be rehabilitated, and we appreciate the efforts to retain the north elevation within the addition. Overall, we are concerned that the addition is not sufficiently subordinate to the historic structure. We suggest that the addition should be reduced in width and pulled away from the street. The eave of the addition should be lower than the eave of the historic structure. Essentially, the hyphen should be made wider to sweep the separation between the historic structure and the addition. We respectfully recommend deferral so that the massing of the addition can be restudied.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right. Or you could give us city staff comments and recommendations.
So the addition is connected via hyphen, even though the hyphen could be.
So read 5 first.
Oh, please go back to the number.
You're gonna be all the way around.
Okay, I'll start right.
Thought I was saving.
You did, you really did. 58 George Street demolition. All right, number one, the original structure is a simple rectangular footprint and form with ornate detailing. The evolution of this property has been to add and to take away. The beginnings of stripping away these additions began decades ago. Of the additions which remain, the east facade is subordinate in height to the original structure and includes nice dentil molding, and the west elevation is a muddled composition with various conduit utilities and ladders. Demolition of the remaining additions would accommodate the opportunity to clean up the structure and for the original footprint and form to be apparent, including the roof and dormers from the ground level. Staff condition for approval is that the new siding and other materials shall match existing. And with that, we're recommending approval for demolition with careful restoration of exterior. You want me to go ahead to the next one? Okay. All right, and then regarding.
Vote on that first.
I was gonna have us vote on all of them.
Well,
Procedurally, I think that's wrong.
We need to vote
You
on
want
the
to discuss
demolition
it?
first.
So what if we said no to the
You
demolition?
have to vote on
That's true.
Well, then I'll give you an opportunity to respond to the city staff comments and recommendations now, and then we'll
Okay,
vote on that one.
we're excited about restoring that north elevation. Thank you.
And that's, okay. All right, so now we're in board discussion on just the demolition.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those situations where you ask yourself, do you preserve the addition because it shows the building evolution? Or you take an addition off so that you bring a building back to its true form? And I think the latter is the way to go on this one. Bring it back to its true form.
Yeah, I agree. I think probably the most interesting parts of the addition were removed,
Yeah.
and they left the remnants of whatever function, and it's not the best part.
Yeah.
And the context of it is a little odd right now as well, so I kind of agree with that point.
Makes me think of the Riverland Parish recently when we approved demolition because it was in the interest of preservation, even though it was historic. Sometimes.
I'll make a motion for approval of demolition with careful restoration of exterior.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for approval
Staff conditions, right?
for
all
demolition
that stuff.
with careful recognition of exterior with staff conditions. Do we have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Do a vote, Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah,
Julia,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, now.
Now we will move to comments and conceptual review. Okay. Staff comments on number 6, yeah. All right, the addition is connected via hyphen, even though the hyphen could be deeper. We also think this is a reversible way to expand a historic building, or even hyphen. Number 2, the percentage of glazing on the west elevation lightens the perspective of the new addition and allows the passerby to see the reconstructed original 58 George Street. Additionally, the placement of glazing on the side pays homage to and directs the view of the occupant to Randolph Hall, the central element of the campus. The east elevation has a pleasant balance of glazing and nice proportions. The north elevation takes some cues from the west elevation, and although this side would not contain much glazing anyway, as currently proposed seems less unified and cohesive to the east and west elevations. For example, the mullions and the glazing do not align with the adjacent elevations. The streetscape image makes evident a significant scale change between 58 George Street and 44 St. Philip Street, but this is not detected in the perspectives. 6, reconstructing the front stairway to its original configuration and design is a welcomed alteration. So we're recommending conceptual approval with board comments and staff conditions to restudy the north wall and to bring continuity between glazing on all sides of the new addition.
Okay, and Mr. Young, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the staff's comment with respect to item 6?
No, I think that's a good comment about the mullions, so we'll work on that and on the north elevation, noted. See how.
Right now, we'll move into board discussion on item 6.
Can I ask a quick question of the applicant? Simmons, do you have space site-wise to increase the width of that hyphen 6 or 12 inches?
We have this imaginary line for the 25% glazing. We have some width to expand closer to 44 St. Philip a little bit, but we felt that spatially it didn't behoove anybody to move this closer to that addition. And there's a program to fit in there that has to fit in there. So we're trying to mind the line. Is that the question that you're asking, if I can move the north wall closer to 44 St. Philip?
Yeah, I mean, if you could effectively widen the hyphen a little bit,
Oh, okay.
you know what I'm saying?
Well, yes, but I think there's a larger sacrifice that you make on the street front, which is why we kept a more narrow hyphen. We kept the 10-6 between the north wall and
Adjacent structure.
She points to the bottom.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Built it.
If that's okay, because I do think this is a pretty critical, that's a kind of a typical dimension on driveways on single lots. And this passageway to the Barnett Courtyard is not all that used, but we want to make it a lot more used. So I would love to have an 8-foot hyphen, definitely, but that's just in order to get a 16-foot wide conference room or meeting room in here. That's how we rock that.
I'm not sure you'd want to crowd that building next door too much more.
Well, I'll keep talking. I think it's a really interesting and well crafted, clear submittal and an interesting design. Personally, I think the east elevation is the most successful, particularly like the angle that you show in the rendering. If you have that. And no, that's the other one. There you go. That's really nice. I think it would be a matter of tweaking. I mean, a little bit here, a little bit there to just maybe make it slightly greater effort to be differential to the historic, maybe lower the eave height just a little, maybe widen the hyphen just a few inches. I don't know, but generally I think it's a really thoughtful, appropriate design that can be very successful. The north elevation, like staff, I think maybe a little restudy, a little refinement of that could be helpful. And I'm a little torn about the extent of the overhang, the roof overhang on the west side, because it just seems really prominent and kind of detracts from the historic building. Ideally, that front elevation on the west side would be recessed a little bit and not perfectly aligned with the historic, but generally I think it's a really nice proposal.
Yeah, we go to the view, yeah, that one. Yeah, that one right there. I agree, the general direction what you got going on. I guess the thing that is throwing me off a little bit is sort of the proposed scale of the glazing and or the button system that's going to be required for that. It's starting to create patterning effect, and of course I don't know whose money this is. I assume it's attached to the college, which may be attached to the state, which might be hopefully a bottomless pit of money. But I would really be interested to see if at all possible. Actually, like I mentioned, a fiberglass system, which is, everyone may know the building that was done down on Murray Boulevard. I believe Eddie Faber did it. That's a fiberglass system, which basically is almost pure glass. It is expensive. But the idea that you could maybe accomplish that type of effect here, and potentially even the idea, and again, there's feasibility that this is just an aesthetic that I think would be pretty strong, would be possibly almost cantilevering the entire west roofline structure, so that you didn't even need this corner that we're seeing here. There. I want to create a glass corner on return there as well. That way, when you view it from this way, you're basically going to be looking through glass. It almost takes away any massing and competition to the old building. So I know that's probably an expensive proposition, and again, we don't consider expense here, but I think it could be potentially a pretty successful installation of making everything much more transparent, at least as it addresses this facade. definitely potentially breaking down the malls. I mean, I'm looking at your models here, and I appreciate the fact that you built a model, number one. I shouldn't be looking at you seventh. I know you built the model.
Tom remodeled it perfect.
Yeah, and I guess maybe I'm spoiled in looking at this, but all the little mullions aren't there.
Yeah.
So I'm looking here at this glass and I'm thinking, yeah, there we go. That would be perfect. If we could get that type of effect, potentially. So I don't know that we could make that a requirement, but I sure would like to see if you could entertain that potential to do that, because I think it might address some of the points that have been made about sort of the visual impact to the old building, that corner of the old building. I think it could lighten that up, because you would be seeing then, perceiving more of the building as you approach. I think you even mentioned this other view is where you see it as you're going by every day. You can see more of that corner as a presence on return there. So just something I might ask if you could take a look at. And I can appreciate maybe the glazing you're proposing for the other areas, because of course the impact's not quite as big, but that would be pretty strong. And I think that might alleviate the issue of potentially pushing the hyphen back, because then you'd be lighting the entire corner in context with the hyphen. Otherwise, if this is not possible, potentially maybe giving a little more relief to the hyphen. I know we're going to get into the point where you're sort of maybe engaging a window, and you're trying to stay either to one side, maybe not to the other of the window. And I guess if we're looking at this return of solid terracotta wall, putting a window 4 feet from it, it's visible, and pushing the hyphen behind the window, it's going to probably be a really odd effect. Probably not what you're looking for. And I could see potentially, again, maybe a glass corner there, and leaving the hyphen where you have it, and then just lightening up the entire context of everything. So anyway, that's really all I've got.
I think in concept, it's a very sympathetic way of adding to a historic structure. I really like the way it sort of, and I think it can be improved more with what Bill is talking about, how it just sort of lightly kisses the existing building. The new front stair configuration that really hasn't been talked about, but I think that's going to make a huge effect. It's a very formal, symmetrical facade, and I think that will be a big improvement. But overall, I think it's with some massaging is headed in a good direction.
I appreciate Bill's critique, but I only have a couple of things, and I'm going to try to stay out of the weeds. First, I think the volume of the building is too great in relation to the historic structure, and the eave of the addition is barely below the eve of the historic structure, and the roof is actually above the eve of the historic structure. So I think it needs to shrink a little bit in deference to that. And I'll stay. I know there are other things pushing the design, so I'll stay away from that. And the other thing is that the standards tell us that additions to historic structures should be differentiated from and compatible with the historic architecture. And those two incredibly vague words have been argued about since they were first introduced in the Venice Charter in the 1960s. I find this certainly is differentiated from, so it meets one of the standards. I find it is not compatible with, and so I think it does not meet the other one. And that's all I have to say.
I was going to mention that I recently went to that Morgan Library, and I think that's a really nice precedent, and it's pretty awesome to see a historic facade inside, you know.
I like the transparency of it. I agree that the roof line could come down some more, and I think it is compatible in that with this its proportions, the way it mimics the vertical proportions of the historic building. And I like that, and with Bill's suggestions, this would go even farther. It almost becomes just like a transparent box next to the historic building, and you get to read the back of the historic building even better from the street itself. So I think it is compatible.
Like I said, I think those terms have been argued about
I think so.
since the 1960s. And so I'm not
Yes, in response.
pretending that it can't be interpreted in different ways. And I think Bill's critique was very nice. And
In response to your comment, I guess I could ask Simmons, so the hyphen obviously is lower than the cornice, and then, the ceiling height of the hyphen versus the ceiling height of the upper level of the
I
proposed.
think we're at 8.6 on the hyphen, that's in there, so yeah, with nothing in there.
And then how about the addition proper? How high is that ceiling over there?
About 10.4, and that's what we're at, 10.14.
10.4.
And then one clarification on that, just aligning those floor levels of the second floor are critical. And then the critique on the patterning of the buttons, but one thing we're aiming for was aligning with check rails and all the sills.
And I guess one last thing too, just to ask, I guess you're gonna have an elevator that doesn't require a penthouse, right? So we're not gonna see any other.
Slightly overrun it, 2 foot overrun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
up in the middle.
Oh,
Machine roomless, yeah.
machine removals, yeah. So this is conceptual approval, obviously correct. So we would like Bill Mass and your architectural direction. And I appreciate one thing by saying this. We appreciate that you're probably addressing the proper proportions of these rooms you're creating on the upper level by having or wanting to have that ceiling height. And with the modern nature of this, I assume you may have some exposed mechanical systems and things like that going on in there. Maybe, maybe not. I do appreciate Phil Moore's comment about potentially lowering. Did you make that comment? I think you did. But potentially lowering. I hate to force an issue. Potentially lowering the height of the addition a little bit. I'll just say a little bit, leave it at that. I think as far as the scale, mass, and the general architectural direction, you know, at least we may have some deference to the general architectural direction from board members, but I'm encouraged that potentially this could read obviously differentiated and potentially more transparent. So I don't really have an issue with that if that was able to be accomplished. You know, the height is an issue. Trying to get my head around how big of an issue it is for everybody. I know it is for you, Fillmore. Is it for you as well, Julia?
I mean, to me, it's really just it's small refinements, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a foot, maybe, you know, to
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't need to be a lot.
I mean, to the point where if we state that case, it's not something that we have to deny or do anything about due to height as an issue. Scale, mass, the general architectural direction, I think that might be a split vote, but I'll make a motion for conceptual approval. Board comments. addition as well. Let me add real quick before I do this. I want to address staff's recommendation real quick. Restudy the north wall and bring continuity between glazing on all sides of the new addition. Can you clarify what that means?
Yeah, so what I meant by the north wall. Right now you have, let me give you a little context to my comment. On the east wall, you have symmetrical glazing system. On the west wall, you have a contemporary corner glazing system. On the north wall, you have sort of vertical ribbons of glazing. So they all have sort of a different thing going on. But then you also have some misalignment between mullions around those. And so my recommendation is study how to bring some alignment to it. Is the north wall, is there a way to restudy where the ribbons are so that, I mean, they're not random by any means, but they're there's just a different artistic expression on each three. And on the north wall, you would traditionally have less glazing. So I think the way to bring some unity is through the mullions.
That's the other distraction, I guess, in this mold glazing system. There we go. So I'll go ahead. I will go ahead and make a motion for conceptual approval. With the board comment of lowering the height of the proposed addition somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 inches. Staff condition to restudy north wall to bring continuity between glazing on all sides of the addition, and staff's comments. I'm not going to word the things that I talked about in there, but I would encourage you to study that. I think that can help quite a bit.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with a board comment to lower the height of proposed addition around 12 inches. And also staff's comment to restudy the north wall to bring it in continuity on all sides of the
It'll just be staff condition number 4.
Well, if they made a recommendation and we mentioned that specifically, so that's why I put it in here.
Cool. Okay. All right, anybody second to Bill's motion?
I'll second that.
I'm looking for a vote. Fillmore,
Nay opposed.
Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Julia.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Thanks. Okay, agenda item 7 is 11 Carolina Street. It was like Frank.
Thanks for bringing them all.
Yeah.
I know. You know what? You might have you. Can I?
Yeah.
Go through the rest of the team real quick?
Sure.
You don't get too many chipboard models these days, so
It's exciting.
And what do you think about it?
Different. Substantially different. For next board. You're right. It's done.
Appreciate it.
Ready? Okay, 11 Carolina Street is a category 4, but it is in the group 1 on the policy statement for the historic materials demolition purview. This one's in the west side and was constructed in 1910, and again resides in the historic materials demolition purview. This applicant is requesting demolition of roof material. So for context, the aerial. And then some images of the house. Sort images from the architectural survey. Emblem maps. right, I'm ready. Thanks. Hey, I'm Robbie Marty. I'm representing the homeowner, the safety, sorry, for 11 Carolina Street. So the last time that we were here, we withdrew this application to sort of further study the request to replace the roof of this house. So, and this is actually I think we're off just a little bit on the dates. So the survey says that this is a circa 1925 home. 12 Carolina is actually 1910, and I think that might just be like a typo of reading across the lines. So this is a circa 1925 single family home with the original red metal roof and vinyl siding. The existing roof is actively leaking, as we had said before. It has been patched and repaired beyond the point of repair and its continuing viability. The roofer, who has a history of working with this roof, has recommended replacement. This is a category 4 building, and per the north of line VAR statement, these buildings may not have individual significance, but contribute to the historic character of the surrounding neighborhood. Staff may approve the replacement of deteriorated historic materials with in-kind or modern materials that reflect the spirit of the original features to be replaced. And this is where we're sort of coming to you today, because we've had a little bit of a circular discussion with the metal suppliers, the roofing installers, about the viability of the modern materials combined with historic installation method. While the metal, coil, and coating suppliers do maintain that the materials are covered under their warranty, there's no language that addresses the installation methods. And the same manufacturers have a list of typical installation details, which you may imagine do not include a double folded hand seamed ridge. And we have been unable to attain anything in writing that may include this installation method. So the long and short of it is, it's pretty unclear whether or not this historic installation method that is asked for, the ridge, would be under warranty. I've included an overview of neighboring buildings and here. Primarily to illustrate the point that many of these buildings have had the same experience of a roof that is aged beyond repair. Examining these buildings to ascertain the character of this neighborhood, it appears that the majority of these roofs have been replaced with asphalt shingle. The homeowner is not asking for an asphalt shingle roof. She's happy to replace the roof with the requested in-kind galvalume material with the mechanically seamed seams. The exception she is seeking is over the hand-folded ridge. The installation method is, and I think we've got that good picture. The installation method is particularly important because, you know, it's one, it's already said, this is a big roof. It has a pretty significant south-southwest exposure. And so there's a lot of heat gain that will happen to, and as you all know, metal expands and contracts with heat. So the way that the roof is installed is important. This is, and I just said, this is a particularly large red roof with long hips and ridges, and it's our understanding after speaking with the various installers, the method of hand folding compromises the coating. Additionally, this method of installation is time consuming, and the extended period of time the installers must spend on the roof leads to further risk of damage to the finish. So really the three factors that are playing a significant part in our request are a material that may or may not be covered with a hand-folded type of installation, contractors who have expressed concern over compromising the coating when following this installation method, and the very last is there's a 30% cost increase for the installation of this method of a material that may or may not be covered by the warranty. Finally, in taking a realistic view of this home that already has vinyl siding and looking to the neighborhood, we feel like this request is a compromise that will allow the building to continue to contribute to the character of the surrounding neighborhood, but also allow for the watertight preservation that is essential for it to last into the future. So the long and short of it is that, you know, we are requesting a demolition to replace the roof, but what we're really asking for is an exception to be able to not use the hand folded ridge installation method.
Hi, my name's Liz, I'm the homeowner. And I just kind of wanted to speak to you today, if you don't mind, and thank you for your time. There are several homes in my neighborhood where metal roofs have ridge caps that seem to be faithfully executed. There also seems to be a lack of roofers around town with the required skill set to install the roof to the bar specifications. A roof replacement is a sizable investment. The cost of hand crimped metal roof is almost double that of a standard metal roof. Not only does this create an unequal playing field for homeowners with different financial resources, but given the extraordinary investment, I have no assurance that my roof will last as long as I would hope it would last, given the investment. And again, I just wanted to reiterate, the siding on my house is non-historic. It's vinyl siding. So I just wanted to reiterate that. And thank you again for your time and consideration.
Are there any questions?
Yes, sir, one for Liz, if you don't mind. How long have you owned the property?
2019.
Thank you.
Has more than one roofer evaluated the roof?
Yes.
We did. After the last BAR meeting, we engaged a second roofer to sort of ask the same questions.
And you got the same answer?
Value, and we have simply got the same answer.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? We have one written public comment submitted from the Preservation Society. Dear board members, based on review of the documentation provided, the PSC is not supportive of this request. The historic metal roof is a character-defining feature of this house, and we have seen material in similar conditions successfully repaired. We encourage the applicant to explore repair options with a preservation-minded contractor rather than wholesale replacement. Do we have anyone speaking?
April Wood, comment from Preservation Society. We have reviewed the request for demolition of the roofing material at 11 Caroline Street. We're concerned about the loss of historic fabric of this property. The traditional standing seam roof is a character-defining feature of this house, and a wholesale replacement should be considered carefully. The Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation recommend repairing historic materials when possible and resorting to replacement only when historic materials can no longer be repaired. We would prefer to see the roof repaired rather than replaced, and we do not feel that the application sufficiently justifies that the roof cannot be repaired. Additionally, the traditional hand crimped ridge is a primary part of the character of traditional historic roofs in Charleston, and these details are important to retain. The ridge caps are a detract from the appearance of the historic roofs. We advocate for keeping that detail. And we respectfully recommend deferral of this application so more information can be submitted about the condition of the roof. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else speaking?
My name is Kevin Emberley. I live up in Hampton Park, Paris. I'm 100% opposed to the application. Couple of things. First, as the age of the house is categorically built in 1910 for the Stoppelbean family. And as you maybe the applicant is unaware, but as you perhaps know, the survey was an eyeball sort of drive-by for the ages of the houses. I've actually looked at this, researched the title and the ownership, and categorically it was built in 1910 for the Stoppelbean family. One of the things that I find most irritating is to hear the applicant say, well, it has vinyl siding, so might as well go ahead and make it work. But Tori, could you switch back to the 70s inventory photo? I want you to notice the windows used to be, until about 2 years ago when they were ripped out, the much better historically interesting diamond paned 5/1 windows on the upper sashes. So I'm going to ask the board to take anything that you hear about the need to demolish something with a block of salt because the windows were all ripped out without ever even coming to the board. And since there's no statute of limitations on these sort of issues, I would encourage the city to proceed with having the windows returned to, if there's a concern about vinyl siding, put the windows back. Totally opposed. I was just this afternoon on the roof of an older house with the same sort of roof construction that I'm reworking over on the east side. The roof on my house does not look nearly as good as the one in the photos. I'm not looking to rip it off, and it has all of the same sort of character as this one does. So I am totally opposed to the demolition of the roof on this.
You'll have an opportunity to respond as soon as we get a public comment. You'll have 2 minutes. Do we have anyone else speaking? All right. Okay.
Comments.
Certainly. If you could approach the podium.
My name's Howard. This is off the, left field, Howard Gaspers. I got something on the agenda here, but I just want to say, if it's denied, I've been doing this for a long time. I salvaged a number of these roofs, even on my own house. So I'll give you my card. I got a good method to do that. It's cost effective.
Standard to be.
Okay,
You can state the
comments
comments and recommendations.
Number 1, the house has been altered with the unapproved removal of the historic windows that featured an ornate pattern. Removal of the roof for an inappropriate replacement would further deteriorate the historic and architectural significance. Number 2, Group 1 properties per policy include accommodation for replacement of a hand crimped standing seam metal roof with a new hand crimped standing seam copper or gavel and metal roof with no ridge caps. And 3, there's not an overwhelming and perhaps an insufficient amount of evidence in the submittal to determine that the roof cannot be retained and repaired. We're recommending denial.
Thank you. Now you'll have the opportunity to respond or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments.
So I understand that the VAR has purview over destruction. I bought my house right before Hurricane Dorian. My windows were destroyed and blown through. Hurricane Dorian hit my side of the street much harder than anybody else's. And given the scale and size of my house actually protected my neighbors. So water was blown through, water was coming through, significant water damage was as a result of that. And therefore, I had no choice but to replace my windows. And it is my understanding that you do not have purview over the replacement, just the demolition.
Just to clarify, the removal of windows is demolition.
But it was it was naturally destroyed because of like the glass blew through and everything. It was like the hurricane.
Is that right? Anything else?
All the windows?
Every single one of them
Every
was
single one
gone
was
from
blown away.
the house.
Water seeped through the windows. I was sweeping up water the entire time. So they were not working.
But like, that doesn't mean that they can't be repaired. That is the question. I mean, we're not talking about the windows tonight, but leaky windows can be repaired.
But
and we should have reviewed that.
Removal of anything from a structure in this area has to come up.
Even in really bad shape. Yeah.
All right, so public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Of course, most of what's been raised here is about the roof going back. We have no purview over, even get purview over just whether that roof comes off. And so that's just the nature of the beast.
Or what it's replaced with in kind.
But yet now, we wouldn't even be hearing it if it were being replaced in kind. But all we're hearing is the demolition. That's all we have purview over. Staff has purview over granting the request in kind. And our board does not have that purview. And I did actually go by and look at it from the distance I couldn't. And around the eaves, the roof is, you can see some deterioration. It's very common because it's just folded down and space nailed off at the eaves, which is common for a roof of this period. And that kind of deterioration is common. Generally, if it's not too bad, it is correctable. There are a number of methods for correcting, some better than others. Looking at the photographs, roof probably needs to be coated. So I wouldn't doubt that, and I would not doubt that it is leaking. There's no cricket at the chimney, and so that's a very likely place if the flashing fails a little that it would be leaking. From the photographs, I could not make a determination that this roof had to be replaced as opposed to being repaired and recoated. So I would, and from the street, it's like you just can't see enough. So I couldn't make that I could not make positive determination that this roof needs to come off and be replaced from the photographs.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of houses with old metal roofs, and a lot of times, you know, the roofers will tell you that they need to be replaced. But these things are repairable. You get up there, you have them scraped, you know, sometimes the buildup is so heavy, you beat them with a chain. And you get down to the bare metal and you see what the true problems are. And I'm not sure that that's been done in this case. So, and if it turns out that it needs to be replaced, it needs to be replaced, but I'm not convinced yet that it does. And as far as going back with the folded seams for the ridges and all, it's done everywhere downtown. I mean, every single roof that's being replaced downtown has folded seams, so I don't understand why this is a different situation. These ridge caps, especially with the number of hips that this house has, they're going to look clunky and horrible. So I feel like we need for the applicant to investigate more on ways to preserve this roof, and it will probably come out a whole lot cheaper in doing so.
And I think roofers are kind of like, I don't know, architects that, you know, a lot of them have specialized experience in this particular kind of situation and material, and a lot of them do not. You know, there's just a wide gamut of opinions you could get from a roofer. But I do think that the roof you have is really wonderful and character defining, and really adds to the value of your house. And losing it in favor of something modern and soulless would be, I think, really sad for the house and for you and for its value. Similarly, I think it's really sad that the windows were lost, because they contributed a lot as well. They were really special, and they could have been, if it had to be replaced, if some of them had to be completely replaced, they could have been refabricated like they were to match what it was. And that's obviously what we would have said if it had come through the proper channels for approval. But it's still a great house, and I think the roof is a big part of that at this point. And I'm hopeful that the siding's under the vinyl too, so one day that can come back as well.
I would make a motion for denial of demolition of the roof.
We have a motion on the floor for denial of the demolition. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, put the motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
In favor.
Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority, and the motion passes unanimously.
Y'all.
Okay, agenda item 8 is 58 St. Margaret Street.
58 St. Margaret Street is a category 4 structure in Wagner Terrace. It was constructed in 1950, and again, this one has some historic materials similar to you. So the request is, I don't think the description is correct, but the request is for demolition of both front and rear porches, alterations to windows and doors, brick chimney, and portion of roof. And let's see what we've got for context. The front area. The front elevation is St. Margaret. And the west side. Images looking up and down the streets. And some sampler maps. Property inventory card. All right, we're ready for the applicant, Michelle Clark Gadlow.
Shelley Clark Lidwell, Clark Lidwell Architect, representing the owners from I'm gonna go. Again, you've seen the photographs, you're at the, I'm gonna go to the next slide. And this is basically some of the windows that have been damaged. And, as you see, we're gonna actually, looking to remove some of the existing ones, and I'll talk about that later. Right now, the demolition, we're asking to remove the rear porch. Remove, the stair at the rear and the railings on the rear. On the front porch, we're actually asking just to remove the slab and the railing, and we're gonna keep the actual porch. And we would like, it's kind of confusing here, but we're gonna take off the brick on the sides and salvage that, but I want to make a distinct, I want to note that where the existing porch originally was. So we go back and we're gonna keep the stair and we're gonna keep the railings on the stair. Okay. This is basically showing the second floor. The roof, we have a small utility chimney where we are asking for removal. And it's not prominent on the structure. And it's so it's not significantly shown on that structure. It's for utility chimney. And then the roof at the rear, we're asking to have a portion of that removed to put a dormer. This is showing the existing below and the post above. I'm actually going to move down to I submitted some extra drawings that have color coded because it is very confusing. So the windows themselves, the green I have as noted green. They're to remain in they're going to be taken out, restored, and put back in the exact location. They have been, if you look at any of the photographs, they have been, the previous owner has tried hard to put as much caulk as they can to make those not leak or draft. So there's a lot to be done with those windows. So they do need to be repaired and we'll replace those back in. The yellow are actually to be salvaged and reused in another location. The ones that are damaged. And so, I don't know if we got a little button here. If you look on the, say the front elevation, you got two yellow salvage windows on either side of the front door. And one of those will be going, one will go straight up to the second floor because that's damaged. And then another one will be used on the other side. So we're going to use the windows as much, and we're reusing the windows as much as possible. And then on, so the pink is for removal. Now we have 5 windows that already have been removed, and they, on a previous edition, they're wood double hung windows. Like if you look on the 12th Street side, which is the east elevation, you can see the pink window between the two. That is the wood double hung, and then we've got some on the back and on the west elevation. So those would have to, I mean, those need to be replaced. They don't match anything. They don't, if you're in the interior, they don't match each other from the inside. And then the blue, which is actually right above the front door, is actually one that we're going to keep and we're going to have to repair. I don't have another window to put in that place, so we have to repair it. And there's just like where the air conditioning unit is, we're going to just try to put a button in there to match. So I think I hit everything on those. The pink is areas to be removed. I guess that's a key thing. And in the front elevation, we're asking to remove the brick below the 2 front windows on the first floor, so that we can bring in more light. It's very dark in those rooms, and we're just trying to bring in light into those rooms. On the 12th Street side, on the corner that's visible, we're removing the double hung windows and asking to open up, two windows that would make that lower level consistent. If you look at it, it's actually windows all over the place and there isn't any consistency. But, so, and then, on the west side, we got these windows. This work is a little, there we go. Right here, these two windows right here. One is a double hung, two double hung windows right now. And then the existing one is still there. That's a steel window. On the rear, there's a steel window. What I'd like to do is to remove this window, and we need to be above counter height. So we'd like to see if we could raise those windows and put them in and salvage those windows, raise them up so we can have them above counter height. And this shows basically that we can see right here where I'm resalvaging the windows. These are all existing windows that we're putting on the house that we salvaged, and these two also on this side right here, and this one right here. The blue are the dark blue on the front is that we're asking for. We're going to have the same in-kind doors. Well, not in-kind, they're going to be French doors and narrow buttons, like everything narrow, and they're going to be black. Every window will be black to match. And then we are also infilling this area right here. Okay, let's see. All right, what I'm showing here is Frankie actually suggested that I show the original submittal that was presented in May. So this is what I wasn't the architect, it was another architect who submitted this. And they basically, I'm gonna go to the elevations. They were taking out every single window and putting in new windows. Every single window was removed. And then, let's see, and they were removing the roof, and they were raising the roof, and they were adding another element. So they totally were changing the elements of the project. So we're not changing any of the roof. We're not doing any of that. We actually have it. I talked them out of having dormers on the front, just trying to keep it simple. We actually have the same, we use the same simple, go back to mine. The same simple roof, this little gable front there, and no dormers at the front. And at the rear, we are asking for the shed dormer at the back. And we are asking for removal of some windows. At the rear, we have, this is one of the wood double hung windows. This is another addition that wasn't, I mean, I don't know what that, it's a six panel door. It does not look original. And then we're trying to make a larger opening there. And we're making a larger opening in this existing on the second floor. And we're taking those windows and reusing any window that's yellow, we're reusing. And believe me, if I could use every single one. And let's see,
You've got about a minute left.
Okay, I'm just thinking, the only other thing we're doing is we're keeping the K on the front elevation. Go to the front elevation. We got this K that's in here, we're gonna use that K in the gates that are going to go to the utility area. One in the front and one in the back. It's a lot. If you have any questions, let me know.
Any questions for the applicant?
One, the front door, does it appear to be original?
The front door, it could be original.
Okay.
The back doors don't look original. Well, no, actually, there's one door that at the rear where the steps are, we go back. Here we are. This door right here is original. I actually had it drawn incorrectly. If we look at the rear elevation, it is a nice wood door. In that one, I asked the owners if they took it out to reuse it in a new location, and that's what we're gonna do.
One other question, just for clarification. I think before you, on the east elevation, you were doing doors out there.
Yes.
You're not, you're
On the
no,
front?
on the
Oh,
side street, yeah.
yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Okay.
No.
I mean, this brings another question, which it's not really under our purview. Why continue with it, just a 4-foot wide porch down that side?
The owner wants to have as much space. She wants to use it for growing plants and having
okay.
access to it. That's the use.
All right.
A couple questions just to clarify, follow the window schedule. A206, which I think probably is the easiest
Yes, it does help.
for me.
Yeah, so this is 205.
206.
Here's 206.
206. So the yellow windows are windows that have been pulled from, that are original windows have been pulled from somewhere and put in these locations.
Yes,
And the green windows are windows that are in their original location but have been replaced.
no, well, the windows are going to be taken out, repaired and reinstalled. They are not.
Oh, so they're original.
They're original. They're in the right place. They're in the right
It
place.
said, yeah, it said, because the
No,
note, the
we have to
window
take them out.
was to remain in the existing location. I just wasn't sure what the window was gonna be.
It's the same window. We're going to use the steel window.
Thank you very much.
And finally, the purple, I'm sure it says there and I missed it, but the new doors will be wood, clad wood?
Well, we're trying to, we're looking at hope. But it's more of and they love hope. They love the window, the door. So we're hoping that we can get hope. I mean, or a very narrow line, like Anderson narrow line that they have in it's black. We can keep it recessed in as much as possible.
We have a procedural question. It is a fantastic idea to take windows from one location and put it in another, but is that demolition? Would we approve demolition of the window from its original location?
I think you would, because this includes the two on the east wall that are paired currently and that become two single ones.
And then it's almost like this is, that once they're out of there, they're gone. But not that I have a problem with it, but it's just another funky thing about our purview out there. I think this is the first time.
If we approve relocation, restoration and relocation of historic windows as indicated,
It's like an restoration, almost adaptable. Anyways, we can talk about it during, this is not that I have a problem with it, it's more procedural, but anyways, is there any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Okay, we had some written public comments. All right, first from Preservation Society. Dear board members, the PSC appreciates the applicant reaching out to us in this request, but we continue to feel there is room for flexibility to allow this house to evolve. Its character defining features should remain intact. We are not supportive of the scope of demolition proposed. It significantly alters original fenestration patterns as well as the building's form and character. We are glad to see this updated proposal calls for preservation of several windows. However, changes to existing openings are still heavy-handed and should be reduced. Further, we are not opposed to the concept of introducing a rear shed dormer. Additional impacts to the roof line and rear elevation should be minimized as they would obscure the original form of the building and be highly visible on this corner lot. We ask the board to defer this request for reduction of the scope of demolition. And then we also had what I believe are letters in support from several neighbors. So the owner of 62 St. Margaret Street, 52 St. Margaret, 61 Gordon, 67 St. Margaret, 46 St. Margaret, and 898 Ashley. And that is our written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking?
Thanks again. My name is Kevin Everly, and thanks Shelley for coming out. Surprisingly, I'm not gonna say the same opposition stuff that we talked about at the site. The biggest concern for me is the loss, and I know that they're shown on these little trash corral type things. In my mind, that the front porch and the metal railing is really the character defining feature of the house. And the idea that those are gonna be removed over to this, like to hide the trash cans on the side of the house, is sort of an insult to the climb ownership of the house. Shelley, the railings metal or wood?
The railings are gonna be metal.
So it would be so nice if the K's could be sort of highlighted in the design of the house. I mean, that's how it's done right now. And so I just hate that idea. As far as the windows, I'm glad to see that there's been a rethinking on saving the windows. The dormer is fine. Having the big back porch, I know the owners and I know they like to entertain out on their back porch and all, that's great. And the front porch and this side porch, and whether or not it's in the jurisdiction I'll throw in, looks terrible. I mean, you got to turn sideways to walk along the porch. It's so narrow, like a balance beam. And I know that when we were out on site, Shelley had said that the owners were very concerned about symmetry. And so it's kind of weird that they're introducing an asymmetrical front porch on the house just to pick up a 4-foot, sort of like a catwalk along the side of the house. But in any event, I guess that's not really before the board, that the little K in the metalwork, the decorative feature, the front porch overall, really, I would like to see saved. With the roof maybe built over the front porch, but certainly the metalwork should be saved. And if not saved in place, at least reused in a more significant way than to cover a trash can.
Is there anyone else speaking?
Staff comments, please. I've got two that are written, and then in some sort of weird way, I must have highlighted Control X because the others are not here and they're not going to be on your screen. So I'll tell you about those. But number one, staff has previously supported small portions of demolition at the roof, such as those for dormers. And two, the chimney is one of the few remaining character defining features and should typically be repaired and retained. However, this chimney is not a significant feature and it is oddly small because it was used for a utility service rather than a fireplace. So it's in proportion to the house, it just feels a little odd. And then I want to talk about the windows, since I deleted my comments somehow. But staff appreciates the window inventory and the careful consideration for how to reuse and repair the windows. A couple of different areas. We have no concern with removing the later added double hung windows for consistency in all the openings. We're okay with the windows at the counter being raised because this is the least visible side of the structure. We do think that at the front porch, the front porch could be added as proposed and the windows could be retained rather than changed to doors. The pair of windows on the east side, not a big concern. There's balance across the composition now, the way proposed, it still has some balance. And I think that's all.
Recommendation?
Oh, yeah, that would be important. Approval with those conditions.
All right. Do you want to respond to or clarify anything, Ray, from the public comment and the city staff comments?
Okay, I did want to say that the Wagner Terrace Neighborhood Association also sent a letter of support. They had at previous, when we deferred the project, they were against it, but we had gone to them and presented to them. And they, and I don't have a copy of that, a copy of every other one. But there was a letter sent by the president. Also wanted to note that we saving the railing is difficult because it doesn't really meet code. It doesn't meet code. It's too wide. But we definitely are putting back the railing and we will keep the K as a location of it. You know, that could maybe change.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We move into board discussion and a vote.
when I look at these types of projects, I like to kind of think, if I drove by this house 20 years later, would I recognize it as being the same house? Or would I recognize it as a house that's kind of evolved? There are a lot of changes being made here, but I think you still read the original house. It's still there. I agree with Kevin about trying to incorporate the Ks into the actual porch railing. I think it's an important piece of history on the house. Yeah, this has been really tough for me because of the volume of changes. The windows, I'm happy to see that the metal windows are being refurbished and reused. I think they're a huge character defining feature of the house. Most people hate, like people hate the metal windows, but there's so few of them around in each of these older homes with the metal windows. Kind of put a question on the ironwork, the chimney. I don't really have an issue with the chimney's removal. It's not that strong of a feature. And the roof cut in the rear, I think it's a reasonably sized and scaled dormer. I think it's a reasonable request to make use of that area up top. It's pulled in a decent amount from each corner of the building. That's about it for me.
Bill, how do you feel about the conversion from windows to doors on the front porch?
Yeah, I'm on the fence about that. I think programmatically it's a nice thing, I think and we don't have any purview over what goes back, but I think if it was something like a Hope and you had very, very thin mullions, it could look very nice. The nice thing is those two windows are being reused to replace unrepairable windows elsewhere in the building. So are those windows really going away? Or are we looking at the removal of the just looking at the removal of the masonry below?
And Steph, I just noticed that the request is listed as all windows and doors, but that's just not.
That's not correct. I think that was copied from an old one.
I think that was from the deferral from it.
You have the actual application, just so.
Yeah, I appreciate the efforts that are being made to retain those character defining windows. I do not have any issue with what's happening on the rear elevation, the removal of the chimney or the addition of the dormer in the addition. I think that's the place to do it. I will say I do agree with Kevin Everly about the strangeness of that side porch, but I don't think that's really within our purview.
It's strange.
Yeah, and I think the case would be really interesting incorporated in front of those new doors, and you could add some iron elements to address the code opening minimums.
Yeah.
This is one of those conundrums, if you look at this just from the perspective of demolition, I mean, I really appreciate the effort to save the metal windows. I want to say that right off the bat. When you look at the scope of the fenestration, demolition, and change, it does not meet any standard we would abide by. But that's the conundrum, because saving the windows, the metal windows that are being saved, the steel windows are being saved is great, and the demolition of the roof of the dormer is fine. It's sensitive, and it's not small, but it's certainly not aggressive. And so I think that's fine. We have no purview over the addition on the back. And of course, the change in the demolition of the fenestration on the back of the building stands the idea that there's a probably appropriate addition going on the back, but it violates all the standards. So this is really one of the, for me, this is one of those conundrums that there's just, it's hard to get out of. I understand why this is being done. So I think, that, situations like this, is sometimes I think that, we don't have a good peg to hang our hat on.
Being nitpicky because I agree and I want to approve this. But it. Technically, if we approve demolition of the windows that are being removed, we don't have any actual purview over those windows being put back. So while we might trust the owner to do that, so I don't know if there's a way.
And can we not place conditions on demolition? Like a condition of a removal of a window, the condition is that it be reused elsewhere.
I was thinking, what do you think about this? If we considered approval of preservation and select relocation of original steel windows as proposed. Do you know?
So we're not approving demolition, we're approving, well, we need to approve some demo, which is the front door. That's what,
Well, those windows are moving somewhere else. We're approving some demolition of the brick at the base.
yeah, I think we need to be specific about what let's be specific about what we're approving demo of. And it would be the porches, the two first floor windows in the front. What else is actually?
You might could actually categorize, because you have purview over repair.
I think y'all have purview over it is so weird. Y'all, so. And then we would approve demo of only the items that a window is not being replaced there. And then everything else, I guess we could approve select relocation, although I don't even think we have authority to do that.
And it's demolition of all the fenestration on the rear.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have the authority because we're preserving the windows. We're just saying. it's
Select
relocation.
relocation. I almost think it's a staff level decision.
I think you've written condition. I don't know why you couldn't.
We'll just do it, and that way, as long as they do what we say.
I mean,
then not a
that's our
problem.
intention.
I think when you have. That's our intention. I had to convince them.
I just, I don't want the scenario where, again, this wouldn't happen, but if we approve, if we categorize the replaced areas as demo, this property could go to somebody else. And
It's just, I guess my thought is that we condition other types of approvals, so why can't we condition demolitions?
I think so. I mean, often you guys say demolition, retain salvageable elements. I mean.
I think we can do that. I think we just need to be specific about, so it's the two.
But
front
that is
windows,
technically a
porches,
condition.
The roof, the back roof. That's pretty dormer.
So, all right, how about motion for approval of demolition of chimney and portions of rear elevation as indicated. Approval of demolition of porch elements as indicated. But
Since that apply to the railing.
But denial of relocation of decorative elements.
Case.
Yeah,
Decorative
the case.
railing elements.
Yes.
Also, what about those two windows in the front that are gonna become doors?
Approval of demolition of wall at proposed doors on front elevation. And finally, approval of preservation and select relocation of original steel windows as proposed. Everything.
So we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition of the chimney, portions of the rear elevation as indicated, porch elements as indicated, and the wall at the proposed doors on front elevation. Yeah. Denial of relocation of the decorative railing elements, approval of preservation and select relocation of steel windows as proposed. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Bill Turner, put the motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
And James,
Phil Moore,
In favor.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes for the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Can I get clarification?
Yes.
Okay, the K, are you saying that we can take the wrought iron railings? You just want us to put the K in the wrought iron rail, the new wrought iron? Okay,
So,
all
It
right,
doesn't have to be in that exact.
right, I just want to make sure.
But yeah, you got it.
Kevin.
Kevin.
blame it on Kevin.
With Kevin.
Okay, agenda item 9 is 53 Broad Street.
All right, 53 Broad Street is a category 2 building in Charlestown.
It's a K for Kevin.
It was constructed in 1740. This was in the old and historic district. This application is the appeal of a staff denial for a right angle sign. Location on Broad Street on the south side of the block. The building is the one with the bay configurations and the gable parapet. And this is west towards it. And a little bit further away, some context. Historic image from the 1973 card. And a great 1935 historic image. There it is on the left. That big Seymour maps. Showing that it had, you know, it was designed for 2, it could be 2 units. Okay.
So I'm George Walton from Walton Sign Graphics. Unfortunately, I do not have a chipboard model, but I do have the sign that we're trying to hang. So we have worked with the owners of this building. They have 2 businesses, one of which is Racked and the other is a med spa. We successfully permitted and installed a sign for the med spa, which was the same construction technique as far as the laminated layers of acrylic and the same color gold. This sign we didn't think would cause any troubles at all because it's the same technique, same color gold. It matches the blue trim on the building. And we're really just kind of seeking clarity as far as where the denial came from or basically why it is not appropriate for Broad Street.
Any questions?
So, yeah, I realize it's kind of asking for the staff comments before I present much, but I'm really a little bit of a loss as far as why it's out of character.
There's another business in the same building.
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
Do you know the dimensions of that sign?
It is believe a 32-inch by 32-inch square.
It's that one in the background, right?
Yes, it's the one in the background, yes.
And how does yours compare in size to that?
The width is the same, the height is smaller.
Okay. All right.
So it is actually smaller in scale.
Okay. Without going out there and doing my own survey, are there any other examples of dimensional shaped signs on Broad Street?
As far as irregular shape?
Yeah, and also with the various layering technique, and I'd like to say it's beautiful. Yeah, we'll get into all that later, but are there any other?
The layered technique was used with the sign behind it on the perimeter for the med spa. So again, it's the same construction technique, it's just a different shape.
Okay.
However, if you walk up and down Broad Street, there are many signs that have curved tops and rectangles and so forth. And actually, if you look at the ordinances for King Street, and Linda, you can maybe clarify for me, they encourage personality in the signs. Yeah, so I'm not gonna try to, so don't worry. So yeah, that's where we're kind of looking for a solution or an exception to allow us to hang this.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, thank you. We had no written public comments submitted. Do we have anyone speaking? All right. Boyd?
All right, just one observation that there are unpermitted window graphics currently on the building. The proposal is interesting and artistic. It was denied by staff. The denial noted, quote, denied as submitted per BAR sign policy. Sign should respect the architectural character of the building and its immediate surroundings, in addition to the building's size, scale, design, and material. It also read, based on scale of submitted sign, a rectangular sign with the proposed design within would be appropriate. I believe this was a reflection of the irregular shape. Also, number 3, the general sign policy statement notes that signs should be reviewed as part of an overall graphic system for a building. If multiple tenants occupy one building, their sign should be coordinated in terms of size and placement. The building features a symmetrical front facade with 2 sign locations in close proximity to each other. And so this is an appeal, so we don't have a recommendation.
Did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the staff comments?
Well, we need to address the permitting issue because it's my understanding that everything, everything should be permitted. So we need to seek a little clarity on that, which we can certainly resolve after this meeting. But as far as the multiple tenants are concerned, the signs, they are consistent with each other. The only difference is the actual shape of the sign, and we cannot find anything that specifically says they have to be done that way. You know, and again, if you walk up and down the street, there are other signs that are not squares and rectangles. So we're just trying to figure out why ours is different.
And I just want to reiterate that that was based on the coordination with the other sign, which is in the sign policy. Okay.
Thank you. We're in for discussion.
Like I said, I think this is a very nice sign, and I think it would work beautifully on King Street, but Broad Street's always traditionally been very simple shaped signs. I think stemming from, for years and years, it was mostly attorneys' offices, just very simple, basic blade signs. And there is another tenant in the building, and it has a simply shaped sign. So I think this is 2 things for me, is that I think it's out of character for Broad Street. Like I said, it's a beautiful sign and it would be great on King Street, but to me, it doesn't fit the character of Broad Street, which is much more subdued. And then also that there's another sign on the building with the exact same arm and all, and with a simple shape. So in my opinion, whatever goes in this spot should sort of mimic the dimensions of the other sign on the building and be simplified as what you find on most of the other.
Not to interrupt you, but
We're in board discussion. So fortunately, if someone has a question.
To Bill's point, I mean, I understand why they got denied. That is, that's the ordinance says that when they're on multiple signs, more than one tenant, the signs are supposed to be coordinated so that they complement each other. And this certainly is very different from the simple, rectangular sign. That's the other tenant in the building. So I understand why it was denied. I'm not saying I don't like the sign. I'm just saying I understand where that came from.
Yeah.
And so because it is, 2 signs on the same building, and they're remarkably different in appearance.
Yeah. So Bill's first point about the character of Broad Street, do you think it is shifting, noticeably right now from that staid, white men in suits kind of situation? I know they're going. So to me, there's a little room for a little whimsy down there now. If I want to go shopping for a gift, I go down there, and like King Street is scary. But and then I think there's an argument to be made that it's coordinated with the other sign in terms of color and construction, and in some ways, I guess you could make that argument. But I don't know, I just think the rendering is pretty charming and the size is diminutive. I honestly don't have a problem with it, but I do concede that I understand why technically regarding the sign policy, the staff chose to deny it. I get that. No.
I don't know, Julia. Whimsy on Broad Street can be dangerous.
It's it's a pretty sign. Artistically, it's a pretty sign. Having that part that you read, the consistency, I guess, is it's almost a stifling point. I understand to potentially create a solution like this. I can see the way why it's there. My reservation being, are we now then are we gonna see like, you know, a pizza place with a wedge of pizza, you know, and a sign that says pizza, it's like a wedge of pizza or whatever point. You know, with maybe neon pepperonis on or something. Throw that in there. I mean, all creative. I mean, that's art to me. That's what you guys do is art, and that's a really very well executed piece of art. And so I definitely support what you do, and I guess it's just a question of what is the ordinance telling us needs to be done. And I'm hearing, and I guess that's why the staff made the interpretation exactly what Fillmore was quoting there, the consistency of multiple tenant signs to each other. I'm assuming that's why the decision was made to do this. And yeah, if you go back in history, you're going to find all kinds of things going on signage wise on all streets. And you know, I don't know, Broad Street was probably a much more dynamic place to be back in the day, just because of all the different businesses and things going on, and everybody was vying for attention, and that potentially could be another issue in that, you know, the floodgates open and then suddenly there are people vying for attention, and then, you know, I know that if it's still there, I don't know, was it for a while that's a bank brasserie at one Broad. There was a pizza place down in that basement, you know, and I could have seen knowing the owner of that building, I could have seen neon pizza, pepperonis going on over there. So that's the only reservation I have, and I hate to even say it because I love the art. I love what you composed here. I think it's really pretty. It's just, is the ordinance telling us, and is it the reason that staff made that decision based on what the ordinance seems to be saying, which is the point you made, Phil.
The policy.
The policy that there is consistency between signage and multiple tenants in the building.
I mean,
it's almost sad to say it looking at that piece of art right there, but
I think policies are there as a guide, as opposed to an ordinance that is, you know, black and white. And I think anything that came that was unusual would eventually come to this board for review. I think that is just if it's crying for attention, it's just like, hello. Just like that.
right. It's not crying.
The size of it,
So it's just, is it going to open any floodgates, or is
Not
it
that
a
this
safe?
board wouldn't
That's what-
control.
I don't think that it would, I don't. This one's tough for me because I think it is, you're right, consistency is, I think, a matter of interpretation, whether it's
Sure.
consistent with the neighboring sign, but it is done with the size of it. I think we have our policies there as a guide, and I think if the neon pizza sign came before us, we could look at the policy and say, look, it's really not consistent with the neighboring sign if we had a neon pizza in a building.
I just don't want to get to where the board is somehow the arbiters of taste, good taste.
Right.
I'm the arbiter of consistency, so I think we're having an argument not about taste, but maybe consistency.
And that's my argument. Consistency on Broad Street.
And you think this is not?
I don't think that's consistent with Broad Street. I think it would be, it's a beautiful sign.
It would have been back then.
Back then.
Back then, we wouldn't have had the hat man.
Yeah.
If
True.
all that stuff, you know.
But I'm just not. I'm kind of like Bill. I mean, is this gonna open the floodgates for?
I think with the size of it, that's where I can argue the consistency. We're not talking about a massive sign here. It's actually
size.
smaller than the, that's where I'm making my argument of consistency is it's really, it's almost like they took the rectangle, just your typical shingle
Carved
that
this out.
all the, you know, the attorneys whose law offices were down there and you just sort of warped it.
Bill's point that, I mean, it is not the kind of sign we're sort of used to seeing on Broad Street. And I think, you know, I think that one reason the policy's there is to maintain consistency. So.
But I don't think it takes anything away from the architecture, was the other point of the policy is the sign shouldn't, I don't think it takes anything away from the architecture. So it's really just simply that one point that Fillmore reiterated, the multiple tenants and the idea of that. But I mean, I want to agree with you guys. I really do. I just don't know if that's if that's contrary to the policy or not. And staff in their review determined that it was. So that's why.
I can think of specific times where we've made decisions where we've gone somewhat against the policy, but for justifiable or, you know, at least reasons that we've really considered.
And maybe
Not
it's-
setting a precedent, not trying to open floodgates or anything.
Maybe
Policies are guides, right?
right, and maybe the simplicity of the sign, the size of the sign, it's not consistent.
Opens that door.
If we, I would say then if we do overturn the decision, if we spell those things out to illustrate why that this sign is appropriate, you know, versus somebody else coming along later with a giant pizza or a big donut that says donut, you know.
Yeah,
Crazy.
very specific.
Thank you.
Worst case.
Don't let Bill.
All right, don't let me
It can
sign
be a
sign.
circle, it's simple shape.
Just, yeah, okay.
We don't get any ideas here.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make a motion, for. What do I have to say, a mean thing to staff for overturning the denial or something?
Yes.
I think you would just go with, I might, if you're doing an approval, I would probably say
Grant the appeal.
overturning,
The appeal.
granting the appeal and add an approval of the sign.
And
whatever
an
conditions.
approval of the sign. Based on its. Diminutive scale and
Subtle artistic
Simplicity,
expression.
simplicity in terms of color and.
subtle artistic expression.
Mhm.
Thank you, Bill.
That's good.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for the grant of the appeal, so approval of the sign based on the diminutive scale and the subtle artistic expression. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
Almost second.
Thank you, Bill Healy. The motion to a vote, Bill Turner,
Nay opposed.
Bill Moore,
I'm gonna go with the policy, they opposed.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill Healy. The chair votes to the majority and the motion passes 3-4 and 2 against.
Okay, wait, I was gonna say, which is the majority,
Yeah,
okay.
there wasn't a majority.
You're for, right? I mean, you're for it.
I have 3
In favor.
of.
Gotcha. In favor.
You
Just
were
two of those.
majority.
You're not voting with the majority to make it a majority.
You made it.
Oh, you're right, I did make the majority,
Yes.
you're right. Okay. Thank you.
You're good. Thank you.
You're right.
It breaks the task.
Yeah, but it's just throwing out ideas. People are gonna get these ideas.
He's gonna go down that circle sign.
I think it's good.
Yeah, poet, neon. Neon pizza. Oh, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, with.
Or I like that.
Different.
A policy statement specifically for Broad Street.
It deserves its time policy statement.
All the black
There's time policies for everything else.
Yeah.
Good idea.
No creativity on Broad Street.
Tuna
No whimsy.
Sign policy for Broad Street between state and church.
There you go.
No
Whatever.
whimsy. Smiling.
Was natural that these would move back down that
I
way.
get where I can't read them.
It's like upper king is going, I mean, you can live in them. It's like it's your.
We're taking a break. Are we taking a break? Okay.
What's blue moon?
Yeah. Comment on this project.
Oh, do you, what are they? Let me know.
Well, mostly it's about the middle. Like,
Uh-huh.
it's not clear. Cause you're in the historic materials demo purview.
Right.
So it's not clear in your application what is actually, what historic materials are being demolished.
I got you.
So that's just, you know.
I got you. Okay, yeah, I talked to, Tori earlier and she mentioned that. Yeah. So then the other thing, I thought, I originally was gonna go 2.5, which is code. You can do it by code. And after talking to Mr. Batch, Elder and I, we've met a few times. He's like, no, I like it. Why don't you have a problem just going extending that second story? I said, no, let's do that one. Leaving. She still had a third story. I'm like, no, I'm not doing the third story anymore. So it's just extending the existing to the
Oh, good. Okay,
existing,
that was the other
existing
part.
rear stuff.
Thanks for saying that. That was the other part of our concern, or is kind of confusing because of what the half story.
Exactly, yeah, it's 50%, the rule of the code is 50% of you go third story, 50% of the second story, And then, he's like, no, it's fine, let's just go like that, I'm good with that, but I didn't make that change, so when she and I were talking about it, we're talking, I'm like, hey, absolutely fine, she's like, well, you're going to 2.5 stories, I'm like, oh, no, I said, that's what you have, and she's like, yeah, I said, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So I said, well, keep me on the agenda. Hopefully I could, explain that and we'll keep it moving forward. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, as far as this existing materials, just running the 2x6 stuff, just replicating exactly what's on the sides and exactly how the roof line is. No changes, dropping it to the back. The windows have been, like I was telling Tori about the windows, that side, there's only one window on the other side that faces that house. It's on a dead end street. And on the side where I have the windows proposed, on the conceptual, that's your east side. So that east side is getting all that rain, the storms, the sun, and all that. So they're rotting it out all the time. The Johnson family was on that since early 60s. They were friends with my family, my dad, mom grew up down there, and so I did too. But anyway, they've replacing things so many times over the years, you know, so it's not, and then when she told me, she said, well, we used to have windows we could open, but then the crime got so bad, my husband just put in some windows where they couldn't get in, you know, so I just went more back to what would be original, in proportion, you know, just running the same windows on top and bottom. But I went with a 2/2. The reason I went with that, you look at the front porch. The front porch is the most protected area without the sun getting in the east and the west sunset and the elements from the weather. So usually those are your windows that are going to be more to your original style of your house in most houses, and especially where that house is sitting, you know, with the sides east and west. And so that's why I said, well, this is probably more the original window, the 2/2, which are 2 of them still there. And that's what I replicated on the dividers.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out what they.
everybody on is excited, you know, they said it's rat infested and almost.
Well, I know that your area will be right next to the Romney Garden.
Garden.
That I've been part of for several years.
And good thing, the lady that owns the house next door, you know,
Tracy.
Tracy, yeah, so she's excited for what I'm doing, and she's gonna move on hers too, so those are the main 2 eyesores in that whole street. You know, so,
Are you gonna live there?
yes,
Okay.
I'm living downstairs.
It's a really good block. I really spent a lot of time on that block, so.
It's changed,
Yeah.
it's
It's
for the
changed.
better, yeah, that was a road that,
Yeah.
I didn't go down back in the day. Yes, it's came down, yes. I like the house, it's a cool house.
And then Tracy's gonna do her project after you're done.
Mm.
Next door.
You're so sweet. No, it's a good time.
Well, advanced slides.
What?
Serious.
My wife already knew.
I'm having really fun at the board meeting.
Okay.
Yes, they.
Okay.
She knows I have 4 meetings. It can go. Well, if you want me to take off. Anyway. Yeah, I think Tora did. There's a snack. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm fine. That's Sunday. Goes fast. I know. Yeah, she's 12. Yeah. In middle school. I'm looking on your thing. Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. Let me see the older one. Be pretty at that summit. Oh, we've done that. Too. It stresses me out, but whatever, we did it. Yeah. That was, we did. Stephanie's birthday is there. It's still warm enough, but it's also like. Right, yeah. Yeah. Video news, but we took risk and we did. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that, but I've never been out there. Cool. Yeah. We've always done things at our house, and but it's the same thing, like with her birthday being in November, it could be lovely or it could be cold. And our house isn't big enough for 15 children and all their parents to be at it. Yeah. It's fun for the summer. Yeah, maybe summer camp. Oh. Yeah, that sounds good. Not that far. Yeah. Yeah.
I've got a 12-year-old, you know, we're going out for Thanksgiving, which is Wednesday, go out Wednesday mornings and Saturday mornings, Keyword, got a little villa, 2-bedroom villa, we got pretty good price on it actually for the 3 nights, and then right there, right here in the park, so they got a new water park they just built there.
really?
Oh, and then they got all these activities and festivals, doing a Christmas parade Friday morning, everything is like right there for the whole 3 days. It's a big park, you can just run and play and all these different things, so. It was like 900 whole 3 days. Yeah, exactly, so I'm looking forward, they're very excited about it too.
You got a 12-year-old?
Yeah,
What grade?
he's in 7th grade. Yeah, he was born August 26th, so he's like a year younger, you know, sort of like. Pushing him on out, I wish I would have held him back, but he's, you know, he's doing good, he does abuse, so, yeah.
Okay, yeah, my daughter was abused, but she switched here, so she was going.
Okay, great, great.
Love these, and she likes these.
It's ramped up this year for him, but it's a lot steady, going from 6 to 7.
Yeah, you get prepared for high school. Yeah.
But it's a great school, the teacher's good, he really, I mean, there's not been one, he's been there since kindergarten, there's not been one day that he did not want to go to school. I mean, he's excited to go to school every day, that is like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a blessing.
Yeah. It is. Yeah. Well, our kids probably knew each other then.
Probably did, yeah. Well, they all know this,
I
yeah.
know. Girls and the boys pretending not to each other.
I know.
Girls pretending.
The guys in your farm.
I want to see more about your parks. I like the dream. Right. Corey, when you're ready, okay, we're gonna do item 10, 203 Romney Street.
203 Romney Street is a category 4 building in the North Central neighborhood. It was constructed in 1925. This one also is in the historic material demolition purview. So the request is for conceptual approval for second floor addition and exterior renovations. Right, and for context. All right, we've got an aerial. Does have an alleyway shooting down the east side. This is an image from the street and we'll call it right away. Another one from the other corner. And then from the rear. And the same format. Survey card. Okay, we're ready for the applicant. Mr. Gaggett.
Good evening. Howard Gatch, I'm the owner, Gatch Brothers, the renovator of the property. We're going to do, well, first off, I want to clarify something. When Tori and I were talking earlier, and I didn't realize, I originally, requested the planning commission, Mr. Batchelor, to go 2.5 stories, which by code, it could go to 50%. And then he, you know, suggested, hey, why don't you just do the, you know, second floor and do away with the third? I said, yeah, I think that's good. I'm good with that. And then, you know, so all we're gonna do is run the two by or 1x6 siding straight up the side, just to match everything. We'll run the same roof line and just extend it to the back of the existing house, you know, and then add windows. Oh, I get control of this thing. All right, there we go. Okay, so my house is the house on the left. These houses were built at the same time. Tracy, they this one next door. She's going to redo hers. Also, the neighbors are really excited. I know in my family there was a lot of people on the beach road for many years, and then you know, rat infested. So you know, everyone's excited, including myself. It's a duplex. I'm gonna rent the top floor, live in the second floor. I sold my house in St. Martin. I'm actually renting on Wagner Avenue now for the last couple of years. This is the left side. This side is facing the east side. The windows, if you look sort of here, here's the thing. So Mrs. Johnson and their family, they bought this house in the early 60s. So a couple of things she said that they've done. She said, these are the original windows to the house. You know, she said this side was always getting, you know, rotted out and replacing things and from the storms and from the east sunrise and so forth like that. She said, and then they put these windows in because there was a lot of crime there, and it sort of helped keep people from breaking in the house. She also told me that this door here is in the middle. She goes, they were the same. There's a door over here and a door over here. And she said they switched because she wanted the steps to go up. So, which makes sense when you look at this. If you see it, you see all this is original siding here that matches everything. You see when they switch those, they used a different type of siding to patch in right there. So to keep it symmetrical, you know, you want to go back with the door here as the original one there. I'm proposing to go with, you know, the 2/2 windows, which those are your most protective windows from your elements, from the rain, from the east sun, the west sunset, and so forth like that. So that would make sense to me that those, you know, were the original design windows. The roof line, keep the existing roof line and run it back to the back of the house. And then that's that. So I'm asking, this is the side, we'll build this side out. I'll extend the side to the back of the house. Keep these elements, original elements. Again, keep all of this original. Just repair, replace as needed. This is the first floor. There's a door coming in and a door going upstairs. 2 bedroom, 2 bath. And second floor stairs come up. This is door out and door back. That was the third floor that's been deleted. That's this is a rendering of the this would be first floor. Okay, first floor rendering. Second floor coming up. Concept. That again is deleted. I apologize for that, Tori. I appreciate you pointing that out in our earlier conversations. Again, going the 2/1 windows, front porch. You know, keeping things symmetrically, and then you know, portion. You know, again, this is gone. You know, and just running these windows here like this, and keeping this the same, all the brick, and redoing the railings as they were, keeping all the porch overhang the same. This is the this would be the east side, the rear of the property. There's a parking space, 2 additional parkings. And then on this side is where that's the front. You can't really tell, but that's front where the windows are. And again, this is gone. The other house, we only have about 3 feet, and there's only one window down there now on the bottom. So I was thinking just going, you know, this would be siding on that and just not putting any windows for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's at a dead end street, okay? It's the last house on that, or second to the last house on that street, and so close to the other house, just to give them sort of the privacy of not, looking in each other's windows, being 3 feet away. So that's my concept on that. And then that's, all I have. If you have questions and suggestions.
There's a question, so if you go back one, or maybe go back to maybe one more, yeah, even one more, sorry. There you go. So when you're talking about that level, that third level being gone, are we gonna just see that gable go straight on back all the way
This
back?
comes straight back.
Straight all the way back.
Yeah, it'll be exactly the match. I'm just filling in that little point to match everything, running this same 1x6 siding up, same roof line going back.
Okay. Thank you.
Bill, there's a 1-story rear addition. I mean, there's a 1-story wing on the back right now.
It's not clear to me which windows are, what's being, of the windows, which ones are, that are original to the house? Are
The
you,
original ones are, this will back up, are really only these. These have been filled in. That could be the original, all that's a window at the staircase turning. I've seen these windows in, other houses I've done, one in two Middleton, and then it's had the same thing. But all this has just sort of been patched in. And you can see right here, she said they used to have windows here and they just cut it all out because they're all rotted. And you can see how when they cut it there, they just match the side. They didn't even stagger the side.
Do you have anywhere, have you drawn the existing and proposed plans and existing and proposed elevations, like drawings, with labels and stuff? I think that's generally what we're kind of lacking here. It doesn't meet the submittal requirements, do you agree,
I
staff?
just don't see it up here.
Uh-uh.
I'm lost as to what's going on
Yeah.
without drawings.
And this, this is demolition purview district, isn't it? I don't understand what exactly we're reviewing based
Yeah,
on this.
True, the proposed drawings aren't that important to us. It's more the existing and what's planned to be removed.
yeah, because we don't have any authority over what you put in its place. We only have authority over the original elements that you're removing. So that would be, I think, some windows and then cutting into the original siding, although you said maybe the windows have been covered. So that's what we really need to see, is a clear drawings that show existing and what's original, and then what you're proposing to remove from what's original. But
I get you. So I'm sorry, and Tori mentioned that earlier, and I asked her, if you could keep me on the agenda so we could go over this and maybe get to the finish line. But anyway, I'm just saying, remove those windows and then outrun that siding out.
There's no way we can approve it because we don't know what we're approving. There's nothing in the documents to.
We have to have some kind of documentation that we can actually approve.
So you
And so-
want me to write it out, like,
So that.
so
We need a drawing, kind of need a drawing,
Yeah, we
an
need a drawing
elevation
that we can approve.
for existing and proposed.
so just redraw this and then put it
Yeah.
to the proposed ones already true.
Bill, do you want to go through public comment and then we'll describe what we want in the
Okay,
motion?
sure.
Okay.
Okay, that'll be helpful.
Okay, so we're gonna do public comment and then here's from the city, and then we'll move into our discussion. Okay, so we had one public comment submitted from Preservation Society. Dear board members, the PSC urges deferral of this application based on the absence of critical information and failure to meet submittal requirements. First, this request would necessitate the demolition of an existing historic 1-story addition at the rear, which is not shown in the submittal. A site visit should be facilitated prior to future consideration by the board. Second, this application is missing existing and proposed floor plans and elevations, as well as background of the historic structure, all of which are basic submittal requirements for conceptual review. The PSC feels strongly the board should not consider the proposed design at this time. However, would like to be on record that we are not supportive of the proposal as presented in terms of height, scale, mass, and architectural direction. And that is the end of our written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking?
Well, April Wood is sort of echo the comments that were already made.
Okay, anyone else speaking? Before we forget us to have that comment,
And I want
please.
to also share, Mr. Gatch and I did have a phone call this afternoon, and there does seem to be some confusion about how the submittal was given to BAR, because it looks like it took a path through zoning, and I'm just telling you everything I know. So I let him know the same thing that, looking at critical each and every element, like what is really being proposed. And because I don't know the history of how long we've had this application, and because the next meeting is in a month, and because the concern was raised this afternoon, he has asked if he could stay on the agenda. We talked at length. But if there's, you're echoing what I've also said, but if there's some information some guidance you might want to give him as a courtesy review, like, would you be supportive of no windows on the east wall based on that criteria if you had the evidence, or if he had proof of original window openings by pulling some drywall back, would you be open to opening up some of those windows? Because, and then the last thing I would like to say is that before I read those comments, if he has a real complete package, staff is very happy to meet with him and go through and see what items can staff review to take off your plate. If we have that clear information. So reading the comments, there is a lack of clarity in what exactly is proposed for demolition at this property. For example, are all windows proposed for demolition and replacement? There appear to be new window locations at the right and left sides. So new holes will be cut into existing walls here, and door and window changes are proposed at the front. Are the existing rafter tails being removed? Roofing over the rear one-story addition is being removed to construct an extension of the second floor. And this appears to include corner boards and any evidence of the original depth and form of the house. And I think, judging by the PSC comment, I was assuming that there's an internal structure to extending the second floor, but there's a question of whether the first floor, that one-story wing, is being demolished. Also, just for clarification, there is no third floor being added for the applicant during the phone call this afternoon. However, the applicant wishes to proceed with the application, being that these concerns were raised late this afternoon. So we're recommending deferral for lack of clarity and information on what elements are being proposed for removal, such as windows, siding, trim elements, corner boards, and rafter tails and the rear wing.
Okay, and Mr. Gesh, you have the opportunity to respond or clarify anything raised in these comments.
No, that's great. I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm gonna appreciate you guys' input. I was just sort of caught off guard because I got it at last minute and I thought we're everything was good. And so I've done a lot of properties up there, and then since BR has extended, that area, it's sort of like, so there's some uncharted waters I'm still figuring out within your computer system and all that stuff, everything's.
Certainly, we'll have our discussion now and hopefully give you a little bit of guidance, and then you can move forward. All right, so we are in board discussion now. So
I would say I pretty much agree with the conclusions. It is an incomplete submittal as we review things. I would say that if we do defer this, which I believe we're going to, that you could always consult with Tori and staff, and they'll give you pretty much a laundry list of exactly the drawings and information that we like to see. And I will say this, when we get really good submittals that are thorough, it's a lot easier for us to review, and it goes a lot faster.
Gotcha.
So I'll go ahead and do it. I'll go ahead and make a motion for deferral pending proper submittal information.
we have a motion on the floor for deferral to submit proper
Submittal.
to comply with submittal requirements. Yep.
So let's put it that way. Yeah.
All right, do I have a second to Bill's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill Turner, with the motion to vote. Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
Yeah, in favor.
Yeah.
Bill Turner?
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Dash. Now you're. Okay, agenda item 11 is 59 Broad Street.
I think this one is a structure that is not rated in Charleston, believed to be built prior to 1944, and it's the old historic district. The request is for conceptual approval for reconstructing the third floor, adding a new half story, and facade alterations. The context, this is on the south side of the block of Broad Street. And this is the image in the middle, the light blue or light gray is the structure today. There it is on the right. And across the street. And some adjacent buildings.
Thank you. Dan Sweeney, to present here tonight. Let's see. That's okay, great. We were here last time and there was a few drawings you didn't get to see. And then there's some modifications to several things. Here's a site plan that is showing our target building, and one of the comments from last time is how much you can see of our rear rooftop deck and back, and these sight lines are showing that. We had some more information that we provided in the submittal that I talked about last time, but it was just the age of the building. The middle shot here is the middle building in the middle lower photograph is our building, and this was somewhere in the 1950s. It was a two-story building built at that time. The Sanborn map, the far left, is the earliest that we see a wood two-story structure. There's no remnant of that today. Again, going back to the middle, this building is a masonry building. It's a CMU building with brick and red iron steel in it on the two-story. And on the right is, I think at the very top, actually, we pulled actually the permit, which is fascinating. It's $5,000 to build a two-story building in 1950 something. I can't read it from here. But the lower permit was from 1980 and is the third story. So the third story is a full wood. The facade on Broad Street is brick, but the framing of the other three walls is 2x4 conventional wood construction, and it's stucco. These photographs will show a little bit of it. The top left is the rear of the building. You're seeing the 2 stories of brick. You can kind of in the bottom left-hand corner is the only place you can really get an angle. The 2 bottom photographs where you can get an angle to see the stucco upstairs, and the photograph in the top right is in the rear in between the 2 buildings. It's worth noting, I pointed this out last time, I'm sorry, that on our property is this about 4.5 foot alleyway in between us and the right-hand side neighbor. And that accesses you to the backyard, very small little backyard, and there's a fire escape, which you see in the top left corner that was built in the sometime in the 80s. This is the construction, some construction photos of that third story. It's in fairly good disrepair. Russell Rosen is our structural engineer, went through this last time, but the full facade is not tied back into the building. There's no exterior sheathing on this building at all. The brick ties have all rusted through, so it's a precarious state up there. Well, will be if we take down when we take down. If we take down the other 3 walls. It's also worth noting that the windows are vinyl windows up there, and they've leaked, and there's bad repair or bad damage underneath every window up on this floor. And then also the roof. The roof is a nice copper roof. It's a good material, but the pitch is wrong, and it's damming up against the parapet wall. It's all sloping towards that alley side. And you can see in the bottom right-hand photograph, the roof sheathing. It's up there, it's all black, it's mildew. That's not a tar paper or anything, that's actual color of the plywood. So we have some existing and proposed first floor. We have a tenant that will be on the first floor that we don't know yet. That's an as to be determined commercial tenant. The proposal, we have a permission to add a residential unit. This historically was 2 stories of business use, and the 3rd story was the owners of the building. This proposal that's in front of you will be the first floor retail, and the 2nd, 3rd, and the addition on the top will be the owner's residence up top. The middle story will be a rented residential unit. It's worth noting also that there's an elevator that services 3 of the floors. We are not bringing that elevator up to the new addition that we have. There'll be an internal stair there, but this is second floor proposed, but down below and existing plans up top. Similarly, third floor. And then what we are proposing is this, we are allowed, this is in a 3.5 story height district, maximum height is 55 feet. So we're proposing an addition that is up front on Broad Street. It was a street study, which was shown last time. This is the north side of the street at the very top, and then the south side of the street with our target buildings. The one in the middle is existing, the one below is proposed. That's the full street, the full scope of the street from East Bay Street on the left to Union Street. Here are some the existing elevations up top. Down at the bottom was our last submittal, which was deferred. It was deferred for height and restudy. We went back and really looked at this carefully, and we lowered the building. We're trying to get at least 10 feet in our top 2 floors. It's actually important to note that the existing top floor is 8-foot ceiling height. And we managed previous applications had 10'6" ceiling heights. We lowered those to 10 feet. So we could ultimately, we've lowered the height of this building by 2.5 feet. And then we have, you'll see it in a little bit here. See the height, the overall height of the building is at 52 feet 6, which is the topmost line in the middle. But that is just a parapet wall that is a screen, so solid wall now. It's recessed 15 feet back from Broad Street. The high mechanical units up there. So that the cornice line that's up front, right on Broad Street, is 50 feet high. And the neighboring building is at 49 feet high. This is some existing proposed and deferred elevations looking to the east. You can see in the existing building, the stucco up top, and we are coming back with making the windows on the first floor, the openings on the first floor, making those back end windows. Those are currently solid. Well, they've been applied over. And then ghosted in there, you can see the existing 4-story building that's right next door. Here's looking from the west. The rear of this building. And then here are some sections that just show the difference between existing proposed deferred. This is something that you did not get to see last time, some sightline studies. This is from St. Michael's Alley. And the 2-story buildings that are behind there are rental buildings. You will not see the addition from anywhere on St. Michael's Alley. Then this is from the other side of Broad Street, the top sightline study. And then here are some renderings. Here it's hard to show. I mean, you can't see this parapet from this angle. We really studied it in 3D, and I kept moving that parapet back, but you wouldn't see that from street level. I think some of the comments that we had last time were about height, and then there was a lot of discussion, and I went back and looked at the transcript, or read through, listened to it numerous times to understand where the board was. I didn't really get definitively the idea of where this addition is most appropriate. And I contend, and went back and really thought about this, and there was some discussion of pushing the addition to the back or just recess it back. And I really feel that that this site right here, with the context of these 2 neighboring buildings, but also the whole street and the undulation within the street, that it can have and support a 4-story building fronting right out onto Broad. It's also important, one of the comments was to simplify some things. So we did that in the cornice line, simplified that. Obviously the balustrade, which was there previously, was removed. some simple brick, corbelling up top as the cornice line. We simplified the amount of wrought iron that was there, and then also the detail in the wrought iron.
Mr. Sweeney, we're actually at time,
Good.
but I'll give you, if you,
That's it.
okay. Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, did you do any sight line studies for the alley if you did push the top floor back?
I did not. I still think that you will not see that.
I mean, if you took your fourth floor, that's up by
Yeah, you would
pushed it back.
It's clear right here from the bottom image of this.
You wouldn't see it.
You would not see it.
Okay.
I think that. I just think the massing back there with those two-story buildings back there is. I think the massing is better. From broad, from back to two-story buildings.
Any other questions? Thank you. Okay, we had no written public comments submitted. Do we have anyone speaking?
April Wood from Charleston Foundation, thank you to the applicant for reaching out. We've reviewed the application, and we have a few comments that remain from the last one. One, we remain concerned about the 4-story height along Broad Street. The majority of buildings along Broad Street, including the historically important buildings at Broad and Meeting, such as City Hall, the courthouse, and the post office, are 3-story buildings. This building would be more compatible with its context if it read as a 3-story building from the street. The removal of the balustrade is a significant improvement. HCF is generally opposed to visible roof decks within the historic district. The sightline study is helpful. There's a small area that it looks like it might be visible, and we wondered if it was necessary to have the balustrade in that area, and we suggest that maybe a solid parapet wall, or at least parapet on that one section that was visible might be more subtle approach. The central paired windows are not typical, are not a typical fenestration pattern in the historic district, and we would prefer those to be separated. And we would like to see more information about where the control joints will be on the side elevation and everywhere really, as this will be a major impact on the appearance of the building. Since we continue to have substantial concerns about the height of this project, we recommend deferral for restudy of the height to be more compatible with the balance of Broad Street. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right.
Okay. Some staff comments. The number one, the rooftop balustrade and some of the ornamental detailing has been removed. Additionally, the rooftop parapet has been recessed, and these are improvements. However, the proposed is still quite tall with the additional height proposed up against Broad Street. The proportions of the panes in the central paired windows are squatty, as in not very vertical or horizontal. These should be square at a minimum. Consider narrowing these windows. Also, the windows at the east wall, first floor, need improved proportions. And then this recommendation is based on the previous board comments and the motion. Based on previous deferral for restudy, based on staff comments, which reflected the concern of height against Broad Street, the recommendation is deferral for restudy. Historically, you know, the tall part would be at the form would have the tall part of the street. And that's kind of the urbanist struggle, but it's going to impact the public realm at the front, at the street.
Thank you, Tori. Mr. Sweeney, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment with city staff comments?
Yes, thank you. I think that we of course looked at the historic buildings of the State House and St. Michael's and City Hall. And while I looked at those heights, their heights are much bigger. They read as 3-story buildings. They are much bigger. I didn't use those as a barometer in setting our height. In fact, I really just studied the rhythm of the whole street of all the other buildings on Broad Street. And I think any change to staff's comment, any change on any building affects the public realm. truly believe that in any way, whether it's a sign or whether it's the height of the building. I look at this building and we're trying to get height within the living units higher than what's there. And I do not feel at all, I looked at it very hard, thought about it very hard after our last comments. I don't feel that it's a negative to have this massing up on Broad Street where it sits. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. All right, public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I appreciate the elimination of the balustrade and reduction of other elements that you've gone through. And as far as the 4-story presence on the street, I guess one thing that I'm really keying off of right now is the fact that really by nature of the way you laid out the fenestration on these upper levels, the whole composition of the facade is really a new composition. We're not really, I mean, I know there are pilasters on the building now, but it appears that the composition is more of a new construction. I don't know if that's a fair way to put that, but and so what really struck me in looking at it again now, before I think I was distracted by the balustrade and some of the other things going on, but now I'm seeing it more as a pure form, and the fact that it's basically multiple levels of almost the exact same configuration stacked on top of each other. There's no hierarchy of fenestration, you know, traditionally as windows proceed up, they get smaller, things like that. There's not a procession of that going on. And I think that's actually to the point of sort of emphasizing the height more, because it's just the pilasters and all the composition stack is really emphasizing that verticality a bit more. I would even entertain the idea that a 4-story solution on Broad Street could be done if there was more of what we call a traditional pattern of hierarchy of fenestration, spacing of the fenestration, everything, the composition, just like the building next door that does have that. You know, the windows getting progressively shorter as it ascends and everything. Does it have to be as literal and blank as the one next door? No, not really. But I just think it's elaborateness is maybe the second level. I would see then it's starting to step down as it proceeds up, and it's just literally almost the same thing stacked up 3 levels. And I think that's what's throwing me off in contradiction to the 4-story presence. So to me, it'd be a balance of saying, okay, would I rather have the ornamentation of the fenestration and the composition of the facade at a lower level, or would I want to have a 4-story facade with more of a hierarchy or progression of the detailing, the fenestration sizes, all the things that traditionally is what we do see. And so I'm not necessarily saying I would think to rule out a 4-story composition to your point on Broad Street, but I would think that some concession to the way the building is articulated as just not sort of a direct stacking of a literal element one on top of each other. I think that's what's really emphasizing this height and creating kind of an issue for me visually. So in my mind, it might be one or the other kind of solution that you might want to consider. I appreciate the sightline studies. I think that's very beneficial. I think you made some, you know, very good case for, you know, your positions on everything. And you know, whether incidentally we see pieces of railings or we see pieces of walls, things like that, you know, I think that's something that could be refined as you go on. But to me, really that main point of, you know, 4-story massing that is a completely, you know, again, stacked elements, almost literally matching elements one on top of the other. I think it's pushing the visual weight of that composition. That's why it appears too tall. So if you use a traditional development pattern, a hierarchy of fenestration and all those types of things, I think you might be able to pull it off because you have a direct example next door.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would just say weigh that out. That's just my opinion about it. What I'm saying.
I think that makes sense. I think it is sort of the visual, reading as a tall building. Because of this, it's not that much taller than the adjacent building.
Yeah, it's not.
But it just seems to me, I don't know if I would say heavy. And so I'm open to 4 stories. I was suggesting pushing it back as more of a simple solution. But I could probably be convinced either way. If the quality and the hierarchy were established, like you talked.
I really appreciate Phil's observation. I think that the way he saw that is right on target for making this building look tall. However, I would go kind of one step further and one other comment about this looks like a new construction. And so my first reaction to it is, besides the fact that it certainly would be the tallest building between Church Street and the back of St. Michael's, is that if the building that exists is worth saving, then this is not that building. It is an entirely different new building. It is in essence, a new construction. And so the old building is visually just gone, I think. Not that this building is unattractive in any sense, it is not. But I think it erases the 1940s buildings. And so that's a problem for me with this design. Like I said, not that it's unattractive, it is certainly not. I think Bill's comments about the fact that it lacks graduation, I think is important. And I think maybe there's a lot that could be accomplished there. But the other thing for me is that if that 1940s building is worth saving, then there has to be some more reference back to that building and the changes that are being made. Otherwise, it's just a new building. I mean, it's a very attractive new building, but it's just a new building.
I would say the other point about usually, entertain the idea again, is the fact that this basically top floor construction, what you're dealing with is pretty much trash.
Look, I have no objection to
pretty much
rebuilding the top floor. I mean, the top floor clearly is unacceptable.
Yeah.
But it is not out of keeping with the existing
building. Visually,
right?
Yes. I'm talking about
certainly needs to be. I have no objection to rebuilding.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sounds like this thing is like maybe a hurricane away from falling into the street, at least part of it. So it's a good thing you're getting to it now.
Yeah. I definitely think it needs restudy. I think your comments are very helpful.
Yeah, and I guess as an option to say, if you were able to work out a feasibility study of pushing the upper level back, that obviously also would be something that could be entertained. It's really just the merit of
right, and we certainly approve that as a way to add height to an existing building and maintain a more appropriate street presence.
I was just mainly trying to myself offer a visual scenario that might be conducive to a 4-story on Broad Street type idea.
I have a thing to add. I thought you had a really good comment about the progression. But also, I mean, there's that, or let's what Fillmore is saying, but I think probably a deferral is in order.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, mainly because it is, it is very important location, very important site, and I think the solution is there. It's just not quite there yet. So I'll just make a motion for deferral.
We have a motion on the floor for deferral. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fillmore. The motion to the vote. Bill Turner,
Yay in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Fillmore.
Any in favor?
The chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
Thanks.
Okay, agenda item 12 is 2 Meeting Street.
2 Main Street is a category 2 property in Charleston, was constructed in 1892 in the Old Historic District, and the applicant is requesting final approval of hardscape alterations. Ariel showing you the property location. And this is from the intersection.
Okay, hello everyone. I know y'all are familiar with this project with Eddie David bringing it through earlier this year, and I will walk you through it. So I know y'all know the history of the house. It's a category 2, 1892. It has been an inn for years and has been purchased to be a club with you know, I don't think it'll be at full attendance all the time or staying there, and the garden space is to, you know, not be used for parties or anything. It's really trying to keep it just a garden. So we're going to start with the existing site plan, and also this garden has an easement on it through Historic Charleston, and I have met with April multiple times about it. So the existing site plan, and this is not in color, but the heavy hatched areas are existing brick paving right now. April and I both looked through a lot of you know, historical garden books and have found no history on the garden. The brick that is there is man-made. It is not, there's a tiny bit where the surveyor put, if you're looking here, the top right corner or the north corner, I think it says something like dilapidated brick. You'll see a picture. But that is kind of where it is right now. These are existing site photos, and I think it's interesting because I'll show you, but look in the top right side. I know when Eddie presented, y'all are familiar that that was a bathroom that the old owners had added. But you can see that the pretty tall landing is there, but the steps below that were removed and concrete was poured to kind of make a wraparound step, but where that half circle ends is where the bathroom was removed and where that had been added to. So, you know, in the garden right now is, I think it's busy. That in the lower row of pictures, the third one over, that was an existing fountain at one point. But overall, I think the garden just needs to be refreshed, updated, while still being sensitive to neighbors and sensitive to its location and history. This is the proposed plan. It's really keeping, you know, the brick walkway around the front that was there. The brick would be replaced. It's in also rough shape. And we removed the main walkways in the front. I did not feel they were important. They were not a real destination. And the South Battery entrance, which is not the main entrance, will remain, but will be considered secondary. And we removed the brick walkway to kind of make it feel secondary, and it has a stepping stone pathway to the lawn now, or how that is proposed. The area to the right, which is the kind of only outdoor seating area, is where the existing outdoor seating area is, and that is where the fountain that is now a planter is, and I have reintroduced a fountain in this area. As you wrap around to the entrance on Meeting Street, we are saving the tile and the granite steps there, but brick pathways are again being removed. And the brick pathway, I don't know if y'all find this important, but between the driveway and the entry landing right now, there's a pretty dangerous brick step. And so I have proposed making that a slope. So the house is now ADA accessible. And so it would be nice, I think, if you're making the house ADA accessible to be able to enter the garden. You'll also see in the top left of the plan, the northwest side, that brick area before the porte cochere that touches the house is now an entrance to the porte cochere as well. And as you walk to the back from the driveway, that brick paving will be for bicycles and the ADA accessible. Lift is right there. And then I have a hedge with a garden gate to block the view of the entrance to the caretaker's apartment. And then behind that is a Charleston green wood privacy fence to block the view of utility area of trash cans, recycling, just to make sure that view is hidden. The proposed tree on the kind of middle north side of the project is directly on access with the driveway gates. So hoping the view will be blocked of all of that. And the existing masonry walls around the project or property right now are between 8 feet and I think there's one even that's 12 feet high. So you're very touch in back there. This next sheet shows to be removed on top of the proposed plan. So you can see just the overlay of, everything that's being removed. This project also, Dominion Energy is making them put a transformer in because apparently that area is out of electricity. And so that is gonna have to go in the front left corner and no one wants it, but I have also, I'll go back here. You can see I'm proposing very tall hedges to be sensitive to the neighbors to block the view of the inn. Demolition plan. Preliminary grading just to show the slope and how that'll all work for ADA accessibility and just making all of the tiny steps that are trip hazards go away. Layout plan. Masonry details just of how things will be built. The fountain and the steps at the front of the South Battery entrance, we are proposing to replace as is, just we're going to keep that existing bottom bluestone large slab that is there now, but replace it to match the brick. And the right side would be the proposed fountain. Carpentry details, the top left would be the gate that would be set within the hedge at the end of the driveway area. And the one below would be the kind of painted private, I'm calling it a privacy fence, but really just because there's a buffer to protect more back of house area. And then top right is the replacement fence proposal for the very large HVAC stand that is on the east side of the property that you will hopefully never see. And that is it.
Any questions for the applicant?
Are there any lighting scenario going on here that we?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
So we're not talking any
Yeah.
landscape lighting. Okay. Good. No.
If so, I will be back.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks. I noticed in the previous and proposed, there's that. Thank goodness you're moving that large area that's down here in front of the house. But you're kind of keeping and it obviously follows the house around. That's a completely new walkway though. You're not just taking away part of
We're
it,
taking
keeping
here.
part. Are you?
No, it's completely new.
Completely new.
It's just matching the shape of it.
Yeah, and better brick, I guess.
Yes, it is really ugly brick right now. And it is the brick actually on the walkway along the Meeting Street side, the walkway is like this. So it is broken. And so we are, they probably didn't like me when I said we're getting only brick.
Have there been flooding issues or things like that? Have it destabilized the grade or?
They really haven't. I've asked them that and it's raised. There's that wall around Meeting in South Battery. And of course, I'm sure it gets flooded when we have like Matthew and larger storms, but they also, we know about our storm systems and how they also back up, but this is a house that all of the gutters are tied into the storm system or the drainage system. We found underneath a very large brick cistern that used to hold water and then it's sump pumped as well. But we are removing all the water for that. that I've been told, so. And the only other thing to note, which is not, there's just a little difference between the layout plan and the proposed plan is this changed a little bit in layout and proposed, but we're talking minuscule, and it's just because I decided we're keeping this massive pivot forum right there. Just to provide more of a buffer.
Any other questions? Andrew, could you turn the typing off, the typing noise off? Distracting. All right, we had no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking?
All right, I'm just.
April Wood, Start Charleston Foundation, we have an easement on this property and we've worked closely with the applicant and we are in support. And the application conforms to the requirements.
All right. Corey, if you'll give us these staff comments and recommendations.
The property is a category 2, and for this reason, the hardscape changes require board approval. The design and materials are appropriate and tasteful for this property, therefore we are recommending approval.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to anything in the staff comments or public comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are in board discussion.
I'd like to say thank you for a thorough submittal. We rarely get them on site plans. So thank you very much. I think it's a nice plan. It's well thought out. I like the idea of the more open garden. Right. I like that you've got rid of that weird little finger that walkway that goes out to the corner. Keeping all of what's good, like the tile work. The materials are very good, but the brick that's out there now is not nice at all. But overall, I think it's a wonderful plan.
Did you want to make a motion for approval?
I would make a motion for final approval and final details to staff.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for final approval. The final review by staff. I'll second that. Second, it's a motion to a vote. Bill Healy.
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Moore.
Yay in favor.
Bill Turner.
Yay in favor.
Julia. Yay in favor. The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 13, 1109 and 1111 King Street.
All right, this one is a not-surveyed structure in North Central, constructed prior to 1944, and it is in the historic corridor district. The request is for conceptual approval for a new storefront and awning. Context showing you the location. This is the building's front elevation. And looking south. Contact map, and we're not, okay, we're ready. For the applicant.
Good evening, my name is Brett Morgan, I'm an architect. I mean, you guys have been here for a while, so try to go through this quickly. So let's see here, go through a little history, which is not legible here. We worked with Christina Butler to try to help us uncover some of this, which it proved to be a little more difficult than we were hoping. 1109 King, mid-century construction, circa 1938. 1111 was built about 20 years later. Had a variety of commercial shop uses over the years. Had a church for a couple of decades, and then the most recent use was the Chronicle newspaper for quite a while. And then my client purchased it in the past year or so, and so has worked with the Preservation Society to try to gather some of these artifacts that were left behind. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of history on the actual building, more just history on the city. But so we don't really have any images of what it looked like, and nothing beyond the Sanborn maps really. It's had some alterations over time, the wood awning, and then The shop windows were modified at some point as well. There's some remnants of the original, I guess, aluminum storefront that was there. And then there's some just kind of funky wood modifications that were done there. And so basically, the proposal is to strip those alterations back and replace the storefront and remove the canopy and come back in with a new canopy, and then just to refresh the building in general. We are calling for it to be painted. It's already a painted brick condition, so we're just calling to repaint all that. And then there's some work going on right now. The roof, I guess, was in pretty dire condition, and so the contractor actually has already gotten approval and gotten that work underway. That's basically the gist of it. If there's any questions, happy to answer it. It's fairly straightforward then.
Any questions? Thank you. There was no written public comment submitted. Is there anyone speaking? All right, Tori.
Okay, number one, removing the asphalt shingle steeply pitched awning is not of concern. And in some ways, removing it allows the elements which have more vertical proportions to balance the horizontally proportioned facade. 2, installing a smaller awning brings hierarchy to the entry doors. 3, replacing the high windows in the building sides is a good repair and of no concern. 4, proposed alterations to the west elevation cause no concern. 5, the existing storefront systems appear to have been altered, definitely in the past. Installing a new system as proposed brings order and rhythm to the facade, as well as much needed transparency back to the original wall openings. 1 staff condition to recess the storefront system in the wall opening, and we're recommending approval with final review by staff of permit drawings.
Thank you, Tori. Did you want to respond to anything in the staff comments?
No.
All right. Now we're on board discussion now.
I can just clarify with staff, our purview here is full because it is like a commercial corridor.
Yes, it's
It's a nice.
We have a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
I agree with staff's comment for that.
Were you making a motion?
Sure, make a motion for
Okay, so-
final,
so-
for approval of final review by staff of permit drawings
All right.
with staff's condition.
Conceptual approval, I guess.
Yes, conceptual approval. All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff condition and final read by staff permit drawings. Do I have a second?
second.
Thank you, Bill Moore. The motion to vote, Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Oh, Julia.
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Hewig,
In favor.
Bill Moore.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Bill Moore. Agenda item 14, 265 Cummings Street.
Right, this
Corey?
is a new structure, so not surveyed, it's in Canterbury, Elliott Road. It is new again, and it's in the old city district, and the applicant is requesting final approval for hardscaping. Now, we have context slide, y'all, sorry for that. Existing site photos. And some context images. And some more maps. All right. Cool.
So on this property, there are 2 houses under construction that are nearly complete. This is the one facing right onto Common Street. This is a view from the north, from this other empty lot that faces onto Line Street. So from here you can see that there's some existing paving. You can see that existing brick and bluestone that partially extends onto our site in question. You can see that right there. That white building sort of encroaches about 4 feet onto this lot. Landscaping actually sort of constitutes some existing landscaping on this property. And this gap between the white and purple buildings, the main driveway, the main sort of egress out of all of these properties.
And then standing further back on our lot, from the rear building looking forward, you can see that main driveway and this sort of central maneuvering area between the buildings. This is the rear house, that's nearing completion. This is a view from way back off the property, but just so you can get a sense of the mapping of that house. And this is sort of from the back of our property, looking forward to Common Street, so you can see both the new houses and the space in between. And the parking spaces for the greenhouse will be right where this picture is taken from, alongside that porch. And then looking back on the lot, driveway. So here we are across Cumming Street. You can see the driveway, and you can see the visibility of the whole site and to the new house in the back. So the landscape plan that we're proposing now, it's, I'll have to explain a bunch of context off of our site, because this site is ultimately going to be sort of the central component of a development that spans at least 4 lots. Obviously, it would be nice if the rest of the development were all designed, but that's simply not the case. We ended up developing this one central property in isolation, and the other properties just have not caught up with it for various reasons. But we do need to landscape this now because the 2 houses are nearly complete. They're going to be occupied shortly, so we have to get landscaping in. The way this is going to work ultimately is that there'll be a development on this larger lot to the north, and the whole project will ingress off of Line Street. It's already ingressing off of Line Street because this is currently a gravel parking lot with established parking spaces, and everybody comes in off of Line Street. And the idea is that they'll come through here and they'll be able to turn and egress onto Cumming. We've had some communications with the civil engineer and TRC and so forth about how they want to handle this block, and that seems to be ideal, is to ingress off Line Street because it's a 2-way street and it's low speed, and egress off of Cumming. The city doesn't really want anybody ingressing off of Cumming onto that narrow driveway because it would be less safe. And then in terms of parking, we have to park these 2 houses on this lot. So there's 2 parking spaces there and 2 parking spaces there. And then a further complication is that there exists an easement agreement with Hines property to the south. This property was before you all about a month ago when Johnny Tucker was proposing a design for a house right here. And the concept with all of this is that there'll be a cross easement so that his rear house can be parked via access through these other lots. And in exchange, he's providing an easement here so that these parking spaces have room to, open their doors and go up against the side of that house, and an easement here so that those pedestrian access to this lot, which is owned by Cameron, who is the client for this property. So ultimately, this is going to be a project that spans much of the block, and that's why the paving, connects in those 2 directions. In terms of the specific choice of paving, we're looking to do tabby with brick borders and brick sort of lines running through it, so there won't be any control points. The lines of brick will constitute the control points for this expanse of tabby paving. And then the parking areas here and here will be gravel, all edged in brick, and then everywhere possible, I've got little planters back there, here, along here, a little runner planter through the middle of the driveway, and I've indicated all of the places where we would plant palmetto trees. Obviously, it would always be nice to have more green space, but because this central property has to be sort of the, transportation hub for all of these other properties, right at the turn where everybody passes from one lot to another. It functionally, it simply has to have a lot of paving on it. But there is a large established sort of public space up here, that have tables and chairs and everything shared throughout this development. So the previous proposal, showed pavers, the tabby and the brick, and had less green space. The comments was just that seemed a little simplistic, that we wanted a more developed design, more clarity as to where the planters are, how the borders and so forth work. Some details here as to all of the different paving and edging conditions, and the HVAC scheming. And finally, this is just an image with some color on it. This porch is completely paved in brick already, so that'll pick up, all these details of bricks running through that paving and around the borders there. And all those palmetto trees, it'll look pretty green, in a vertical sense, I think. Any questions?
So will the house towards coming and with the two spaces behind it? So I guess according to this, your gravel's gonna terminate, going up between the houses, or?
You mean coming up this way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's only a 3-foot gap
Yeah.
between those houses, so I figure that'll be gravelled, and then there'll be green space right at the front there next to the wall.
Yeah, so then you'd have some sort of an edge to terminate the gravel.
Yeah, I imagine so. I can't even see that corner right now because it's got this wall and that electric meter. There's almost nothing there.
And I guess with this, you're thinking the gravel will eventually just engage the proposed house that happens there. Towards the back.
Yeah, that is the agreement that's been discussed between these two owners, so that once this house is approved and built, that essentially that little space next to it would just be given over to this guy.
So that's kind of hard edge that you've got along there that goes on the house and that turns, that would eventually die into the proposed house. Yeah, right
Yes,
there.
that's right. Again, that's off our property, so ultimately that's really the burden of this house's application to show exactly what they're going to do there, but.
Because it's just kind of hanging out there.
Well,
the gravel bleeding out everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I've left it deliberately hanging because of course we can't really finish right up to that house since the house doesn't exist yet. It's gonna have to just be gravelled up to whatever temporary construction fence is there, and then it will have to be redone after the house is built.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but the intent is to go ahead and finish that off when that house is built.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for providing paving details.
Any other questions? And we had no written public comment. Looks like no one's speaking.
All right, number 1, site plan was deferred from June 8th, conceptual review of structure for deferral of the site plan for refinement in detail. 2, tabby is not too unusual for residential properties in town, though it is seen more often on island properties. The brick borders and inlaid pattern will help to break the monotony of a singular color and material, and this is very typical of downtown driveways. Other than the planter at the front portion of the driveway and enlargement of the planter in front of 265B, and the removal of the path around the 265B, there's not a great deal of visible green space added. However, there does not seem to be a great option to add a significant amount horizontally that would be visible to the public right away. We're recommending approval.
Thank you. Andrew, did you want to respond to or clarify anything?
No, I would just say I don't think there's any more details I would provide for this besides what's already here. So I think just final approval as opposed to final approval with additional review by staff. Might work just as well if that's possible.
I do have one other question. Your line of trash cans and recycling bins, they're exposed to the side street. Is it your plan to sort of address that with an intervening building eventually? Or?
Yes. So. Yeah, I mean, there absolutely would be an additional building here, so that's a large lot, and essentially we'll probably have four buildings on it and a street down the center of it, so ultimately that wouldn't be visible at all.
Public comment, the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote.
I think, I mean, I understand why so much of the site's being eaten up with. It is sort of like Andrew said, it's circulation hub. I think the paving, the pattern all, it's done nicely. It helps bring some interest to what could have just could have been just a gravel driveway. So I think overall it works.
Much more detail than what was first presented.
Yeah, I appreciate you clarifying the issue with the easement with the neighbor for access to the car, because I believe when we saw the application previously for that proposed structure down there, they were actually delineating a fence close to the property line, which I was like, well, how are those guys gonna be able to get out of the cars? I appreciate you clarifying that arrangement is going on. One other thing they did show, and I know this is not really a part of your submittal, and it doesn't really have to be, but they showed some form of a gateway, it looked like, right at that continuation of the driveway onto their property. And I'm sure that's something we would see from them, but I don't know if that may or may not affect your traffic pattern or your traffic flow. In other words, the cars at this your back building here, if they're going to be making a maneuver to get out, are they going to have to back around? And then, that maneuver that these two tandem parked cars are going to have to make, or are they going to be able to maybe back onto Heinz property, and go out, or are they going to have to make a sweeping maneuver back around and then proceed out, so just but I'm sure you've been through TRC, that's not our issue to determine. I just want to be able to, I'm trying to get an understanding of how you guys are envisioning that vehicular activity when we do, or if we do see this application again down here. That it appears that you guys have more developed and maybe been through reviews on how you see the vehicular activity working here, and they're just sort of glomming on to what you're doing there.
Do you have to go to TRC for this?
Not for TRC, but I mean, a bigger lot, yes, but no, we haven't been through TRC with this.
Okay.
I mean, but yeah, so if that's a question, I mean, I think what happened is there's been some discussions about these cross easements and agreement between Cameron and Bob, and that Johnny Tucker was not informed of those agreements when he had drawn those fences and gates. My understanding is their agreement would be that all of that would be open. But whether cars really do this or this, I don't know, but I think it's possible for them to do this and stay on our property. I don't want to depend on someone else's property for that to work.
Will there be, I guess on Bob Hines' property, you'd mentioned that there'd be several, I think maybe four properties that are part of this whole thing. Is his the stopping point, or does it keep going down the block?
I mean, certainly it includes, this one, which is parked here, and then of course this one, and that one. And then this property is sort of related in that there's a little pedestrian access through here, but not any vehicular access in all likelihood.
So the vehicular access would kind of end on Bob Hines' property?
That's the plan for now, yes.
Other than the Heinz house, will it all be short-term rentals? Is that what you think?
No, because these are not commercially zoned. Only that lot and that lot are commercially zoned, but this will be long-term rentals, and I don't really know what Bob's plan is for that one.
Anyone have a motion?
Make a motion for final approval.
We have a motion on the floor for final approval. Do you have a second?
That was staff's recommendation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll second.
Julia, put the motion to a vote. Julia?
In favor.
Bill Moore?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Turner?
Yeah, in favor.
Joe Hughes?
Yeah.
Chair votes for the majority and the motion passes unanimously.
Thanks very much.
Agenda item 15. You don't have to come back for the. We really need you here. Agenda item 15 is 0 Gibb Street. Corey?
0 Gibbs Street. We arrived at a category 4 structure in Charleston, Olden Historic District, and the request is for the conceptual approval for a new garage and pool pavilion. We've got some context. You'll remember 0 Gibbs is pushed significantly back from the street. So there's your front elevation with all the greenery in front of it. Down the driveway and along the context of the neighborhood. Let's get more maps. Okay.
Marilyn here with Julia Martin Architects. Tonight requesting conceptual approval for this new accessory structure at 0 Gibbs. You might recall this property received approval back in 2021 to renovate and elevate the main house, seen here in the photo, and to demolish a non-historic addition and garage. Conceptual approval was also granted at that time for a new accessory structure to replace the former garage. We requested to extend that approval at the last hearing just because we're right up against the end of that 2-year period. We wanted to be safe, but tonight we're asking for conceptual approval of this accessory structure again, having made some adjustments and refinements to the originally approved design. And I'll note the previous proposal was designed by another architect who's no longer involved in the project. I've included their drawings at the end if we need to reference them, but you'll see what we're requesting tonight is not going to drastically deviate from what they proposed. We're simply seeing like an evolution in materials and detailing essentially. So I believe you all met on site to review the demolition request when that went through. So these are just some site photos as a reminder of what is there and sort of the unique conditions of the site. As Tori mentioned, the main house is set quite a ways back throughout the street. That's because it was originally a carriage house for a much larger building that was demolished in the 60s. There's also this addition here that you can sort of see here and here that was built in the 80s. That was granted approval for demolition, and then this 1-story garage studio structure that's right sort of towards the front of the lot. That was constructed, I think, in the 1970s. So this is sort of the site plan prior to demo and our proposed site plan. You can see here both the addition and the garage in orange that were removed. And then on the right, there will be a new pool where that addition sort of was. And this new accessory structure, which is a combination of 1-car garage, some garden storage, and then this pool pavilion, is roughly in the same location as the former garage and same general footprint. Last thing I'll mention here is we're proposing a small enclosure for some pool equipment. That'll be a permanent enclosure, nicely detailed, that will be also then partially screened by the masonry wall on the right and of course the vegetative buffer. Mortimer & Klein is landscape architect for this project, so they'll be submitting their drawings separately, but this does give you a general sense of the direction it's headed in terms of paving and green space. This is the proposed floor plan and roof plan, and again, it really is just building on the previously approved design. We made kind of 2 main adjustments towards the front that I'll point out. There previously was a hipped roof that was coming out of this portion here that's been eliminated. And we've added this bay on the front just to kind of break up that street facade a little bit further. So these are our proposed elevations. And I'm going to flip really quick to the previous design just to remind everybody what that looks like. So this is the design that's been previously approved. And again, just that same, garage, storage, pavilion concept that we're still looking at. If we go back again, we eliminated that hipped roof over the garage and pulled this out a little bit and added a recessed panel just to provide some visual interest at the street. We've added these two small windows there on either side of the recessed opening. And then whereas previously the pavilion had sort of a more traditional aesthetic with turned pairs of columns, we have made the pavilion masonry. We're proposing a smooth stucco there with a bell cast roof, just to kind of unify the materials a little bit further and bring it all into a more similar scale. So this is site sections looking east and west, just to give you a sense of how it relates to the main building. And this is a view kind of cut laterally through the site, so you can see the garage portion there that's closest to the street. We're proposing a slurry brick veneer on the first two portions, and then again a smooth stucco finish at the pavilion. And we're sort of thinking that all of that would be painted just a kind of mid-tone neutral color that would help the whole building recede, not too dissimilar to the way that the previous structures were, so that it's not sort of detracting from the main historic structure that's pushed to the rear of the lot. That is all I have. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Any questions?
Is the slurry brick finish on the main house too? Or?
No, that is that the main house was originally wood, and then in the 60s, brick veneer was added to it.
All right, we had no written public comment submitted. There is no one from the public here to comment. So,
Number one, a garage at the front side of a downtown property is unusual. However, the proposed is handled in a manner that is successful. The garage is a single bay, is side loaded, diminutive in height compared to the house, and recessed from the street. It should be noted that a garage did exist at this location until a recent BAR approval for demolition. Two, the proposed design reflects the language of the house and is masked as smaller joined volumes which do not overwhelm. And we're recommending conceptual approval with final review by staff of permanent drawings.
thank you. Erin, did you want to respond to anything? All right, so you're in board discussion.
Just real quick, maybe I missed it. Was there a detail of that screening of that pool equipment?
Is the last.
I missed it.
Yeah. Is it in A203?
Maybe something like this, so just, running through, technically detailed wood enclosure, and then of course. Heavily planted in front of that, you're sort of midway into the property there, so there's a fence and everything that's that image.
On that, is there there's nobody nearby that's going to be affected by that noise that might come and complain later to somebody?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we're pulling it sort of as far away from the other neighbors as we can.
Okay.
And I think, again, the neighbor that's closest to it would be the one to the east. And so there's an existing masonry wall between that equipment and them, and then a driveway, and then the house. It's
their house.
an interesting condition there.
I know we've heard many members of the public speak
Talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't really have any. I think it looks good. I think it's a nice solution.
It's a neat lot, always thought.
Yeah, it's a cool house and just a really cool lot. I think the fact that you basically reused the footprints of what was there before, and to staff's point, Tori's point about, the garage was there before, so it's really not an oddity to this particular lot. And I like the way that you stepped your masses and interested in that slurry, or I guess that's not really a schmear, that's more of a slurry finish you got on your roof there. Be really nice. Anything.
I don't have anything to add.
Bill Huey, did you want to make a motion?
Sure, motion for approval with final review by staff and format drawing.
So we're on conceptual approval, right? Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor for conceptual approval. With final review by staff and permit drawings, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Bill Turner, motion to a vote, Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Bill Turner.
Yeah.
There's a majority and the motion has unanimously. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
thank you, all in favor?
Okay.
And opposed, if you're opposed.
Stated.
I'm not opposed.